52 recreational events in a year, one which is large scale a month. The town loves it. Animal control and animal and shelter services, vital statistics. Our health department is just great. We have transformed that department. Senior services, which falls under the health department. After school care for students, believe it or not, we do that, not the Board of Education. Trash pickup and official documents, which stems from the health department, as well as maintenance of parks and fields. So getting into the budget overview, it's pretty straightforward with these numbers. The total revenues this year is, or the total revenue for this budget is $175 million, of which a municipal operations portion is on that last line, listed at $164 million, which means that the total appropriations, if you factor all this in, is at 175.9. The increase from 2023 is $5.76 million, which is a 3.39% increase. What this means, when you factor in the average home assessment value, it's important to know that the average home value has gone up from the assessed value has gone up $1,000, which is 0.55%. This is also very straightforward. You have the pie chart breakdown, non-property tax revenue appropriations. It goes from the ARP, which is American Rescue Plan, utilizing $706,000, code fees $4.6 million. Again, it's straightforward. I want to highlight payment in lieu of taxes, which is at $3.3 million. Appropriations, also very straightforward. This is a pretty clear breakdown of how we are appropriating our funds. The top three appropriations is insurance, $35.4 million, and then our police department at $32.2 million, our fire department at $22.4 million. It's also very standard for public safety and insurance to be at the larger numbers. Revenue changes, these are pretty straightforward. You can see the year over year, the difference in the percentages. So the surplus anticipated right now is at 12.7. The total revenue, bottom line, excluding library, is $59.54 million, which is a percent change of 3.71%. Again, this is similar chart to the one previously. This is not the pie chart. This is the breakdown. Do want to mention and highlight the debt and capital, which is at 9.5 rather than 9. And that's what we discussed. That's where our capital money is going. This is how we are spending our dollars. One key aspect from last year to this year is our staffing levels. The 23 and 24 year difference, administration, from administration to sewer and water, our staff count in total has increased from 668 to 703. We've increased our staff in nearly every single department, and it's showing to be fruitful because we are simply getting more things done. So what does that look like for the average homeowner's taxes? The average homeowner whose home was assessed at a value of $183,000, 55% of that, or $5,800, goes towards schools, 25% goes towards township services. Open space makes up about $18, which is 0.17%. 17% is county services, and library services is 1.59, which is a statutory number, or that calculation is based statutorily. Tax-based valuation. This really is the driving force behind our economy. It shows and reflects our economy. Since 2014, we have steadily been improving, and this is a number that we can be proud of. So we have a lot of businesses in town. We have obviously a lot of homes in town, but this collectively has made up in millions 7.4 or $7.4 billion for 2024. Want to note before we open up to questions that over the last 3 years, our property taxes were going up quite dramatically, and homeowners saw it and felt it. I have to note that despite the fact that in the last 2.5, 3 years of record high inflation, which crosses over 7, 8, 9% year over year, despite record high inflation, and despite the fact that township employees and our staffing levels received over 3% of an increase, we've received on their salaries, we've achieved property tax stabilization while significantly improving our community. At the bottom line, when you look at it, you look at your property tax bill, residents have said over and over again that they are happy with seeing the improvements in the community while knowing that their tax dollars are not dramatically increasing. It's fair to say that we have finally achieved property tax stabilization. Thank you, and I look forward to addressing any of your questions or concerns now, or comments.
Councilor President.
Yeah, so just before we start, I just want to say we're going to limit everybody to 5 minutes as we're going to try to close this out at 6 o'clock, and then we'll open it up again for everybody so everyone gets a turn. All right?
I would completely disagree because this is the public hearing of the budget.
It's not.
This is the presentation, your presentation, right? If you look at last 15 years, we never capped anyone discussion items on the budget. I don't know why this was done only for an hour. This is again the record for you, Mayor, not giving the transparency, coming here, spending 30 minutes of taxpayers' time, and giving only 30 minutes for the council member to discuss the budget. This is unfair, completely unfair. If you don't have time, you can come back and answer all the questions.
Yeah.
If you don't have time, I understand, you have the commitment. Council President, this is not your meeting, this is a special meeting just for budget hearing. So I would like to hear from Mayor.
Sure. So it's important to be intellectually honest in this conversation. Councilmember Patil, you have been serving on the council for the last several years.
Yep.
You mentioned 15 years. The budget presentation was just started under Mayor Lenke. Previous mayors did not do that.
Understood.
Okay, so that was a lie that you just stated.
It is not a lie. Again, you have to be very careful on.
One second. There is no.
Council President, I'm talking to Mayor. This is not a council
We can
meeting.
just take turns. That's
The
all
Mayor
I
has
asked.
used the word, he's lying using the taxpayers' money, and I have the letter, if you want, I can read. If this is a budget presentation, this still could have been scheduled on another day, and this council should have enough time to ask the questions on this budget. If you don't have time, I get it. But you cannot cap 5 minutes. And again, I look forward to the chairman, who is the chair of the
So let me just state this. This is a mayor's presentation, and I understand you want to have questions, and we will have our turn when it comes to voting. You will have as many time as you want to ask questions, and your answers will be given. Again, this is a presentation. He is here. He gave a presentation. We all have questions. I don't want to take the time away to discuss something else when we can actually be using the time to ask the questions. So I am going to start the timer on you now, if you want.
I understand,
All
Council
right.
President, you were
So
5 minutes late. Budget started 5 minutes late because you were late.
Right, Council President, let me
I
ask you a
will,
question.
I will get to you, Councilman Brescher. Again, we will delay
You
the,
cannot, as I said, you cannot time anybody's time on this line item.
again, I said we will all get 5 minutes, then we'll open it up for everybody else
This is not
again.
your choice. As I said, this is a special meeting just for the budget presentation. Unless you want to adjourn and Mayor can leave this place, and then you start the council meeting, and then next time when we are under adoption, Mayor can come and answer all the questions.
Okay, so I am.
Mayor don't want to face the question, he doesn't have the balls, so it
But
be.
I am the chair here, and I do control the meeting, and I do get to recognize who gets to speak. So do you have questions that you would like to
Of
ask?
course, I have the question.
Okay, then you can continue.
Well, Council President.
After Councilman Patil, I'll give you your turn.
Questions about that.
We will continue. You can speak your turn when it's your time, sir. We all have time limits.
Council President, I'll tell you what, you're a joke, this mayor is a joke, and this meeting here is a joke. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I'll tell you what, any council person.
All right, Councilman Patil, you're recognized.
Thank you, Council President. Again, I'm going to read because I have 5 minutes, so I have to read. And the mayor used the word lie. I'm going to call out all the lies. secured 37.97 million in addition to state aid and funds toward the Edison Public School. Mayor has nothing to do with state aid. This is a calculated formula. This board would have received regardless of this. It says the property tax cut for Edison homeowners. This is public money, taxpayers' money, used for political purpose. Even though I voted yes on the budget, the reason was the net effect was 0, but your tax rate really went up by 3%, and you literally called out the non-voting members saying nay, and we have the councilwoman as well here, so that was a lie. Our tax was not reduced, it was increased by 3%, which was offset by the county tax. So again, you are calling lie, here is a lie. Paving 100+ roads, more than ever before. All the cul-de-sac roads, count, show me the roads. Use the linear feet, not the number of roads. Again, it's a lie. Improving all the 30+ township parks, it's done. Look at the budget presentation, it says it's underway. And I have the picture of Winter Park, which is under the flood. Again, it was done, again, we are wasting taxpayers' money. But let me ask my questions so that the taxpayers in 5 minutes understand what this budget is all about. So tell me, what was the percentage of municipal tax increase in 2023? If you have the number in mind.
In 2023, it was
You should have those numbers by heart, Mayor. Municipal.
Thank you.
I cannot hear.
in
Please take the-
2023?
Yes.
No, in 2023.
When you send this mailer,
Yeah. It was about 2.9.
so 3%. So what is the tax rate increase? This is for the public. What is the tax rate increase for 2024, municipal tax rate?
2.5.
2.5. So technically, it is close to 3% if you count last year and this year cumulative. So that's 3% plus this 2.5. So it is 5.5, close to 6% if I look at cumulative tax. So what was the net new earning outside of the tax because our rateable went up for 2024 or 2023, not 2024? What's the net difference in the additional revenue that we did not budget in 2023? The rateable increase because of the new houses, because of the more businesses, that was not accounted in 2023. Do you have the number?
I'm not sure we understand your question because
You
there's
should. Okay.
no, there's
You have the finance guy. Do you understand the question?
No, he doesn't actually.
No, let him speak. You're not his speaker. Let him speak. Ken, you're a finance guy. 2023 budget, what the revenue we counted, the tax revenue, any new net tax revenue because of the increased rateable, what is that amount?
Mike,
yeah. Here.
1 million.
How much?
Non-tax property revenue is up 2.1 million in this
Okay,
budget.
so that's additional $2 million, correct? Okay, so you want 3 million plus 2 million, so net tax increase not 2.5%, is much higher than that.
Your math is incorrect, but we can
No, we
break it
can
down
debate
for
on
you.
that, and I'll put this on the tape so you understand that. What was the net debt and the bond before this administration took over the office? 2022, beginning of 2022. What are the net debt after all the refinance was done?
I could tell you, I don't have 2022's number here handy, but at the end of 2023, our net debt was 0.775%.
No, I need the million in terms of million. People understand not percentage,
Oh, okay.
million.
Net debt was 183.4 million.
Okay, I'm counting 103 million. What was the net debt we took in 2022?
I don't have 2022's number handy. I could look that
Okay,
up
what is
for
the
you.
net debt in 2024 as of beginning of 2024 or as of today?
As of today, with the ordinance we're currently introducing, that would be increased by almost $30 million.
I'm just looking
28
at the
million.
net number.
Yeah, it'd be approximately 216 million.
216 million. Okay, so that's probably give and take close to $60 million since this administration took over the office. What is the net debt payment from 2023 2024? That's direct because mayor is touting that he did a lot of projects. They are not. It is not a taxpayer direct money. It is took it is coming from the bond. It is not coming from the ratables. Do you have that amount? If you don't have, I'll count because my counter is there.
Okay.
Councilman Patel, this will be the last question.
Yeah. Okay, this is a classic question. I looked at the school budget here and we debated on that. What is the tax rate you are counting for this tax bill 2024? What is the tax rate for BOE that you accounted for?
0.
Because I have the different number.
We have 0.
No, tax rate, it cannot be 0.
Oh.
Is it 3.168? Or it is 3.184? What is the number you took it? So that changes the whole equation. It will be $1 million difference in your budget.
Well, no, Councilman, because I'm here to discuss the municipal budget.
That directly impacts the total, my tax bill, because when the resident is going to see, they're going to receive this bill, right? And that changes the whole equation, because when you say that it is just a municipal, but if your rate is wrong on a school side or even on the library side or on the county side, your net tax bill will change. The total tax will change, and that is what you and I debated last year, and I was given a different number. I asked 10 times to recheck, but I never got back the answer. So if you don't have, I'll come back again, but at the adoption, Mayor, I'm looking forward to ask you more questions. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Anyone else that would like to go next?
Council President,
Council Vice
I
President.
apologize to council and to the public. I brought the wrong papers with me that I had my questions on them. I took the wrong thing, I left them at home. I will have to revisit them in between or at the following Monday meeting, but I apologize for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President.
Council President,
Councilman Pointer.
I actually do recall some of the questions. There was a question pertaining, and sorry if I speak on your behalf. There was seemingly increase under the finance department. I read in the binder, it seemed to be because certain divisions are being put under the finance. Would you be able to advise on that?
In the past, we had 5 different divisions under finance, which didn't make sense. Separate budget line for payroll, a separate budget line for accounts payable / disbursements. So we consolidated those 2 under financial operations so that the budget makes more logical sense to follow, because we do operate with 3 distinct divisions in the finance department: tax collection, tax assessment, and financial operations.
I think one of the other questions was just in general about the rate of increase with the insurance, because I believe last year was approximately 33 million, this year is at 35 million. So can you give some background as to why that is so?
So from a liability perspective, so the rates have gone up, accidents and things of that nature that have occurred. Also, the insurance industry, the rates have increased over time. So that is in part of the calculation of that.
Thank you. There was one more, there's a 3.1 million number, but I don't know how to reconcile that. On my end, and I apologize, I had to step aside. In regards to the debt ratio, I know you were just discussing that. The number that you mentioned, was that in total including water, sewer, and sanitation, or was that just municipal debt?
That's just municipal debt, because that's what's, the water and sewer are not part of our net debt because they are paid for by direct revenues.
There was I know we had a side conversation, but for the general reference of the percentage of debt that we want to be at, or that is ideal compared to our tax base. That might not be proper phrasing, but would Would you be able to advise on that? Because I remember a 0.92, but we want to be at around 1, so to say.
Correct. We are right now with the ordinance that was recently introduced, the net municipal debt would increase to 0.94%. So if we can stay under 1.25% net debt to a ratio compared to equalized valuation, that's considered excellent. By statute, we were allowed to go to 3.5%, which would increase our net debt capacity to $682 million. But right now, we're at, with the new ordinance that was introduced, 183 million, and that would be 0.94%.
So we would still be, with this ordinance that's up for introduction, we would still be under that 1.0 number that you referenced?
Correct.
Thank you. And just as a general comment on my end, I think that we are in good position. This budget doesn't take into account that at the last meeting, we had the liquor license put up for potential sale. Minimum bid is $850. Obviously, you can never guarantee that items occur, but that is essentially one tax point. This budget does not have the state aid, which historically has been about 1.6 million. So if we're taking into account those two items, we're talking potentially 2 to 3 tax points that would be put into reserves that can be utilized for next year. When we looked at the budget from last year, yes, on the municipal side, it was higher. We took advantage of the county and the Board of Education's budgets to be able to utilize more fiscal, responsible municipal budget. I think that taking into consideration that we are utilizing our reserves in the manner that we are, and that we have these 2 particular items on the back end that would just be additional to our surplus, I think that we are in good financial position moving forward. Thank you, Mayor, for your time. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. Anyone else?
Council President,
Councilman Coyle?
thank you. First, Mayor, thank you for joining us tonight. And as some of you already know, this is a courtesy that Mayor Lenke started, which has never been more than a presentation. And I thank you for being here. And I know from what to Ken, are you going to be fully available for us before we adopt this budget?
Absolutely.
And I just want to share with those who are listening, unanimously, we voted Kendall Robertson and his services back to the township. So it's a 7-0 vote. He's available pretty much 24 hours to speak to us, unlimited phone calls. Is that still true?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so those who are listening, for the questions that people may have, you certainly can reach out to a council member. We can reach out to Ken and the mayor to get your answer to you. But I think year over year, since this administration has taken over, I'm truly proud as not only a resident, but a council member here, one of our senior council members with Councilman Patil. We've gotten a lot done. And through the presentation, which you've listened to, and what you saw here, so many things have gotten done. We're at 196 officers. Was that correct?
Correct.
Why not 200?
We're working on it before the end of the year.
Okay, so that should be a no-brainer, 4 more. And where were our numbers before, Mayor? Can you give me a small 10-year? Because I remember we did a lot of cutbacks during the Rosigliano administration until today. So where were we then and where are we now?
We, at one point, had dropped 20, 30 officers, especially during the heart of the recession. And every year since, we've worked to get that number up. And it was a seesaw because at one point, when I first took office during that transition period, a lot of officers had retired. And so we had to backfill those positions as well. But we're now in a very good position with 196 police officers.
Fantastic. Ken, to you, how does this budget put us in a position for next year for the residents of Edison and the administration?
One of the guiding principles, as the mayor concluded with in his slide presentation, is to achieve property tax rate stabilization. We were fortunate that we ended 2023 with a record amount of surplus, so we've had more surplus than at any time in the past 10 years. And we're using quite a bit of that for property tax stabilization. Next year, we're set up so that we should be in almost as good a position as we are this year, so that we avoid spikes in the tax rate, we avoid, when we achieve stabilization. As Councilman Pointer pointed out, there are a couple of additional items of revenue on the horizon for the township that will only go to further bolster our surplus reserves. So we're looking again, based on the mayor's directives, to achieve property tax stabilization, which will continue into 2025 and beyond.
And Ken, could we expect any tax appeals next year? And what is our plan for tax appeals for anticipated 2025 for reserves?
So the tax appeals are good news and bad news, because we will have tax appeals, and it's because of the fact of the increasing value of property in our community. The township has reserve funds that amply, we believe, cover our exposure.
And how about our pension payments to the pension? Where is that controlled, and how are we positioned for that?
The pension bills come from the state of New Jersey. They're actuarially calculated based upon where our employment was 2 years ago, and we have no direct control over the amount of that billing. So whatever the state bills, this year was reasonable. Last year, if you recall, it was double-digit increases.
Thank you. I don't have anything further. I know I can reach the administration. Ken, I do plan to call you to sit down further. Based on what we've accomplished in 2 years on this council, I'm truly proud. Each member here supporting the previous budget of last year and prior years, we've gotten a lot done. And for those who are listening, should be proud. Edison is moving in a great direction. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Any other council member that would have questions? All right. As for me, this is a question that I always ask Ken. What percent of the budget is mandatory, and what percent was a non-mandatory increase?
We probably have control over less than 25% of the total budget.
Okay. So, and how much of the surplus are we using, and what will be the surplus remaining afterwards?
We currently are using $12.7 million of surplus. We have just under $5 million remaining, but we believe and are confident that we'll be able to regenerate a significant amount of surplus to end up the year with at least $16 million.
Okay. What have we still not accounted for in terms of cost and in terms of revenues? I know there's the pensions, and then the state aid. Anything else?
Rental registration, new ordinance.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a few things, as I'd mentioned to the Finance Committee, and that it's the state aid, which the mayor has feverishly communicated to the governor's office, and that is a request we do put in from time to time to stabilize our tax revenue, if you will. The distribution license that's been up for sale, we're hoping that with the new state laws, and the mayor can go into it, that we would increase the liquor licensing. In addition to some of those ordinances that we've presented to the council, and quite frankly, with the support of you guys, on the rental registration, we're looking forward to including part of that revenue into this budget. We've anticipated just a few, I believe $200,000, only because that's what the DCA allows us to, but we do anticipate that being a reoccurring revenue stream, in addition to other ordinances we're looking to modify that would help with our revenue.
Thank you. One sec. And And can you talk a little bit about the library splits? I think we're done with that now, right? So that moving forward, the library budget will be separate?
So the library budget has always been separate. It is calculated based off of our overall tax base. It's a state statute formula, 1/3 a mil. So the library board has their own budget, which at this point is now exceeding $6 million. It's statutorily required. They have been getting increased amounts of funding, and they're self-sustaining.
So one of the biggest risks I feel is the health insurance as discussed. What if it is higher than what we anticipated? How are we going to handle that?
We have received part of that bill, so we saw the increase from our GIF, so we know what the number is.
Okay, good. So in terms of overall, I think we're in a good position. And like you said, I think the main point is to have tax stabilization, and we're getting good value from the money that we're spending. We're getting better parks, we're getting increase in public safety, we're getting better communication, the new recycling center, and the bike paths, which obviously I love. So I'm glad that we're doing this, and I will open this up to any council members. We do have another 8 minutes that we can use up. After that, I am gonna take a recess to officially start our meeting.
Of course, I have several questions, thank you for giving me the
Councilman
platform
Patel.
again. And hopefully, everyone is prepared to answer those questions so that we don't go through I'll get back to you, because I expect every one of you are prepared, and I have those numbers top of your mind. And thank you, Sonia, for sending this booklet this afternoon to the council members. So we had at least 4 hours to look at that. But let me start my next question. Is, again, in layman's term, I asked about 2022, 2023, but if you can put that in the presentation so we all know how much debt this admission has borrowed in 2022, 2023, and 2024, because what I heard during the last council meeting, we are somewhere around $220 million. So our net debt is more than our budget, which is $170 million. So we are technically heading towards the bankruptcy.
That's not true at all, but
Again,
okay.
we can agree to disagree on that. If my net debt is more than my income, that tells me that I'm not in good health. Maybe based on the rate table, we can differ on that. My next question is, what is the net salary plus benefit dollar amount? We said it's 70% in our current budget. And what is left out for the residents' quality of life related improvements? Because we are taking left and right, that
Yeah.
note bond. What is the amount left, 30%, 20%, and what is that dollar amount?
So, council members and also to the public that's watching this, it's really important, again, to have a very intellectually honest conversation about how municipal debt and municipal financing works. The way that it works is when you bond certain items, it's bonded for the useful life overall. So, for example, a road that is paved, when we allocate $7.5 million towards bonding, that can be bonded for between 10 to 15 years. When we create buildings, brick and mortar buildings or things that require pipes, that bond amount is for 40 years. So when people hear that we're spending $20 million in a bond, yes, we are, but we are not doing so all up front in 1 year. It's spread out over the useful life. So over the course of this administration, we have invested with this budget, it would invest over $60 million, which is attributed towards the improvements throughout the town, and it will be paid for over the next 5 to 40 years. And again, that's why I'm saying.
Understood, Mayor. Again, we have very short time, so I get it. This is like my mortgage, it's 30-year mortgage. I'm not borrowing $500,000 paying next day. I get that. And everyone in the audience understand how the long-term debt, short-term notes works. My question is there any reason that the surplus, anticipated surplus, is much higher this year than the last year?
Yes, because we're utilizing that surplus. The ARP funds, along with our general COVID relief funds that we had to be used by a certain timeline, that they're going to expire if we don't use them.
Okay, so that's an additional amount, but in 25, we won't have that, the additional amount. That's good to hear that. My question is, again, there are multiple questions here, but I'm going to run down fairly quickly. Latchkey program. 2023, we budgeted for $1 million. We know that it's always higher. We realized $1.7 million, which I expect to grow further. This budget, it says $1.6 million. The reason I bring this up is we under budget, then we get more money. We take that money and put into surplus so that it helps next year, which is a good thing. But why do we anticipate lower amount when we know that it will continue to maintain? I'll give more examples to like that, and I'll quickly run to the next
Do you
one.
want me to answer that question?
Sure. No, I'll get back to same one.
Okay.
Uniform code construction, $4.3 million. We realized $4.7 million. We are saying $4.6 million. This has been line item past 8 years I'm seeing on the budget. It's every year, it's going up, and that department is kudos, building and construction department. Wonderful job. Those guys are keeping up the permit process faster, quicker. Our revenue is going up. Hopefully they need more help because I didn't see any headcount increase in that particular department. But is there any reason that we are reducing the revenue in 2024 lower than what we realized in 2023?
Sure. So, Councilmember, it ties into the previous question or comment, rather, that you had, which is DCA does not allow us to anticipate greater funds. So we can be under or the same from the year prior, but we cannot be over.
So why we didn't put 3.7 in instead of 3.5? We could have said, hey, this is what we realized. We continue to realize that one. But again, that is, we have many line items like that. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, great question. And that's because we factor in what our building permits are year to date when we are budgeting. So if we know that our projected is supposed to be X amount, that's how we would come up with it. But again,
Council
we
President,
can't
2
go
minutes
over.
left. Point of order, can I have?
Councilman Patel, can we leave some time for Councilman Coyle? He had some comments as well. So when you are done, I'm going to give him 2 minutes, and then
I have only one question that Councilman Coyle said. This is a courtesy. Councilman Coyle used to put the stack of the paper here, put the watch clock here, and watching the budget hearing. This is now never a courtesy. You have done that with prior mayor, so you have to respect the sentiment of the council member and you have to comply with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Patel, Councilman Coyle.
Councilman Patel, I'm only following the order of the council president who's leading the meeting. Mayor, if I can refer to Ken DeRoberts. Ken, can you walk the residents who are listening today through how the township is scored and where our credit rating is now and our borrowing power and what, I know it's a lot to ask for in a minute and a half, but how we're evaluated from debt service to revenue over expenses? Thank you.
So currently, our long-term credit rating is a AA2 by Moody's Investor Services, which is at the top, very top tier of credit ratings. AAA is the ultimate highest, and we're just a notch below that. In terms of our debt profile to revenue, we're in excellent condition. They would look at our surplus, the way we've been building our surplus over the past 3 years, would be very, very favorably viewed by the rating agencies, and the stabilization of our tax rate.
Thank you, Ken.
All right.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. I will open it up to oral petitions and remarks. Or
Council President, it is 6 p.m. and
Yeah.
we have the work session meeting.
okay, so we will. I'll take a motion to for a recess, and then when we come back, actually, let's just adjourn this, and then we'll restart the work session.
Motion to recess.
Or motion to adjourn.
Council President,
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
just from logistics standpoint of view, because there is oral petition and remarks just for budget presentation, would you mind moving that particular line item because we don't have time and residents are waiting here? They should get a chance to ask the questions. Not necessarily mayor has to be here, but he doesn't have to be here, but at least for them to
Okay,
ask
so
questions specific to
I
budget.
think they will have a oral petition and remarks portion. There will be an oral petition and remarks portion in the work session, so we will just use that.
So you
but-
use 6 + 6, 12 minutes? Because there are 2 meetings technically, and they deserve.
Okay, so let's just do this. We will motion for a break, and we'll come back. We'll take oral petitions and remarks, and then we'll adjourn, and then we'll restart the official meeting.
Thank
All right? All right, may I get a motion to recess?
Motion to recess.
May I have a second?
Seconded.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
And we'll be back at 6:05.
And then we'll take another break?
But no, we're going to adjourn and then we can
Just gonna adjourn, go right in, okay.
All right, getting the special meeting for the budget presentation in order again. Now we will open up number 6 for oral petition and remark. Everybody, please sit down. Everybody, please sit down. All right. So we're going to go to number 6, oral petitions and remarks. If anybody has a questions, they can raise their hands. This
Number 5, isn't it?
number 6.
Yeah, they know. Oh, it's falling more. Where'd Ray go? Catch it?
All right, can we raise that back up?
I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't think so right now. Come on, Ray.
Do we have good workman's comp insurance? Because I'm right underneath, and I have no protection.
Cheryl, just roll it up.
I don't think, feel free to wires
I think we will take the risk. We will move on to number 6. Anybody who has a question? Come on up, Joe.
So,
This was specifically just the budget. Yeah,
for the budget presentation.
okay, Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane.
you're recognized.
I noticed in reviewing the budget, there are a number of line items, mostly in the area of administrative type services, where there are substantial increases over what was actually spent in 2023. So it would be helpful to get explanations as to why the budgeted amount for 2024 is substantially higher than what we needed to spend in those areas in 2023.
Do you have a specific?
Yes.
Yeah.
So business administrator salaries, that's sheet 12 in the budget. That's increased by $212,000. The total increase for the business administrators department is $280,000, which is a 32% increase. So that could use some explanation. Should I ask all the questions first? Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be better. That way we
Sure.
can.
In-
So let me just repeat the first question. The business administrator salary is 212, and then it went up to 280K.
Right, when you add other expenses as well. And then for communications, which also comes under the business administrator, the total increase is $50,000, a 12% increase. Then for the purchasing division, there's adding salaries and other expenses together, a total increase of $110,000. That's a 25% increase over what
Point
was
of clarification.
2023.
Sure.
That's sheet 13.
Can we wait till the end?
Absolutely.
For the finance department, a total increase, salaries and other expenses together, $463,000. That's a 108% increase over what we spent last year. Then data processing, salaries, we spent $15,000 in salaries in 2023. We're budgeting now for 2024 $215,000 in salaries. So that's almost a $200,000 increase. That's a 1,300% increase in salaries for data processing. And then other expenses, it's going from $46,000 to $342,000 for an increase of almost $296,000, a 643% increase.
Joe, can you repeat the other expense again? Sorry.
Sure. For data processing, other expenses from $46,000 to $342,000. I'm comparing actual 2023 to budgeted 2024. So that's an increase of 643%. Municipal court, total increased salaries and other expenses, total increase of $231,000, a 39% increase. Then for the animal shelter, the budget showed that it didn't show anything spent for 2023, but it shows an expenditure, a budgeted expenditure of $745,000 budgeted for 2024. So there just seems to be a discrepancy. Also, a question on that is that on the revenue side, it shows that the animal shelter is expected to receive $108,000 in fees. If we're serving other municipalities, I just wonder if the animal shelter is bringing in enough in fees, because a lot of that is on the backs, more than $500,000 on the backs of the Edison taxpayers. Okay, then there's the office of the construction officer. Salaries are between what was spent in 2023 and what's budgeted for 2024, an increase of $547,000 in salaries for the construction official. That's 44% increase. The total increase, when you add salaries and other expenses, it's $791,000 more. That's a 55% increase. And then there's an item for insurance and surety bonds. It was zero for 2023, but $937,000 for 2024. So my question is, why is that? What's that for? And then I noticed that the reserve for tax appeals, what we spent in tax appeal refunds in 2023 was $1,790,000, but this year we're only budgeting $500,000 for reserve for tax appeals. So the question is, why do we expect the tax appeals to cost us so much less in 2024, especially if property values are going up? We should be expecting more tax appeals, not less. I also noticed that there were certain areas where the payroll was lower in 2023 than what was budgeted in 2023. So for the fire division, for example, in 2023, Edison spent $1.3 million less than what was budgeted, and it just doesn't seem prudent to be economizing in areas that go directly toward public safety.
All right, thank you, Joe. I will recognize Councilman Pointer. You got a point of clarification?
Well, you corrected it afterwards in regards to specifying the appropriation versus the actuals of last year, because when you know appropriations of this year versus appropriations of last year, those are much different percentages. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear as to what was being discussed. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council
Pointer.
President,
Council Vice
I
President.
can respond to the animal shelter situation, and Dr. Patel, you might be able to help me out or just verify what I was saying. I believe that 2024 is the first time that this has become a separate line item. I believe that in 2023 and before, it was it was under the Health Department. So this is now a separate line item for the animal shelter. So that's why you didn't see anything last year. Am I correct on that, Dr. Patel? Okay, thank you. And with regard to revenue with the animal shelter, I know that the adoption fees are being looked at. They've been really, really low. And so adoption fees are being looked at and are going to be itemized based on several different criteria. So there are going to probably be some increases where there should be increases, like the puppy adoption fee was ridiculously low. So there are going to be some increases in the adoption fees. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other council members?
Council President,
Councilman Pointer.
thank you. Just to address the reserve on tax appeals, when I spoke to Mr. DeRoberts about it, what we currently have on reserve for the tax appeals is sufficient to be able to cover any of the upcomings, so that's why it's been reduced down. So like last year, 1.79 was appropriated. You mentioned 1.1 was utilized, so that 690 is reserved, right, from last year's. Take that into account compounding previous years, that has built up that fund, and the administration is comfortable that we would be able to cover upcoming appeals. I will say that, personal opinion, I think we are in a different situation than, say, like Woodbridge, because they have like the Metro Park area, which a lot of those are offices. Offices from a rental and leasing standpoint are in a much different shape than, say, like warehousing. being honest about it. Thank you, Council President.
Council President,
Councilman Coyle?
I just want to clarify Mr. Bassel's question for the mayor's office, not the business administrator, didn't have a $200,000 increase. That's overall for all the employees in the mayor's office, there was an increase. Is that correct, Ken?
Yes.
So did the BA make $200,000 more this year?
No.
Okay, just want to make sure because the question was, that I listened to wasn't correct. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other council? All right, Ken, I will ask you to answer a lot of the questions that Joe Bassoff has.
Okay, so just
Do you want me to repeat them, or you got them?
I think I remember most of them. Forgive me if I forget one or two of them. But just to start out and frame this for you, the budget document that you were reviewing is a state-prescribed legal format that we have to utilize. And I apologize, but it's very unintuitive. And for example, the amount you're looking at paid or charged in 2023 were the amounts that were required to put in that were spent as of December 31st, 2023. The way municipal accounting works is we're continuing to spend and pay charges that were incurred in 2023. So a lot of those amounts paid or charged are actually higher today than they were as of December 31st. But to accommodate the state requirement, we have to put those numbers in for that particular moment in time. The second thing that we do is for salaries and wages, we budget based upon what the table of organization requires, what the personnel headcount requires for that department. For example, you heard the mayor refer to the police department, 196 police officers. So we budget for that amount. Invariably, what happens during the course of the year, we face people who leave or people who retire. And there's generally a gap in between when somebody leaves to when they're replaced. That creates excess funds. So it appears for that moment in time that we've spent less, but we budget more to accommodate that if and when we get to that full complement, we do have sufficient funds. The other point I wanted to make, just to go through, one of the questions Mr. Bashoff raised was about other insurance and surety bonds at $936,000. That's only part of the amount for insurance and surety bonds. The state allowed us this year, because of high increases in insurance, to appropriate a certain portion of that money outside of the budget caps. We're limited for most of our operating expenses to only a 2.5% or 3.5% increase. Since the increase in other insurance and surety bonds was significantly higher, they allowed us to appropriate that $936,000 outside the caps. If you look inside the caps, there's approximately $3.3 million budgeted for insurance. So the total would be, let me get to that for you. Yeah, the total would be approximately almost $5 million for other insurance. So you have to take the two combined. In terms of the animal shelter, Councilman Harris is correct. In the past, charges for the animal shelter operation were charged against the trust account, which contained the revenue from license fees and the shared service agreements. This year, we're appropriating funds directly for the animal shelter and taking in revenue. The revenue reflects the license fees as well as the shared service agreements. This year, we have one less major community. Piscataway has opted not to participate again, so that's why the revenue is down so much further. But as Councilman Harris pointed out, there's an ongoing examination of fees and revenues and so forth against expenses of the animal shelter.
Okay. I think you covered most of it except the data processing, which was,
Okay, yeah, data processing is a good point to raise. We had two major things occur over the past year. One is now we're under a full year of spatial data logic, and we have to pay software license fees annually for that. The other major occurrence is a recent conversion to Office 365, where government is slow to adapt, while most of the rest of the world has adapted and moved on to Office 365. We just did it, and the costs for that are significantly higher than the previous versions of the Microsoft products that we had.
I know you wouldn't know this, but when is that going live? Because I've been waiting for that.
Pardon?
The Office 365.
It's any day.
Okay, that's fine. We will get that to it. Sorry, I kind of took you off track there. And I think that covers most of the questions. All right, thank you, Joel.
Would we be able to find out?
Sorry, your time's up, Joel, sorry.
Okay, well, I'll have more questions for you next time.
Thank you. All right, come on up.
One thing I'll say at first, rather than screaming out and calling people liars, you should say, I respectfully disagree with you, because it's bad when you see it on television back and forth. Now, this town has the Faulkner Act, okay? And the mayor's responsible for 3 people. Or do you skirt around that when you do about the money increasing in the employees? Like he's supposed to have like 3 main people in the high budget in the Faulkner Act, only 3 people. So the amount of people in his office.
Council President,
1 second, she is still recognized. Just give me 1 second and I'll get to you. Any other question?
And we all know that bonds last, extremely long. But how much money are we in hock for? How much money have we bonded to this point?
Okay. Any other questions, Councilor Shipp?
And let's see what other. No, I wanted.
Jeff Freeman, Councilor Jeff Freeman.
Wait a minute.
Just to me.
But listen,
Yeah.
me, I have to have eye contact with a person when I talk to them.
Need you to
She's
speak into the
answering
microphone.
questions. Are you answering the questions?
Yeah, but you can look at me
Okay,
and
you
yeah.
answered the question, okay. So I'm just asking for the exorbitant increases in the amount of salaries in this town, because I'm saying, I would say rah-rah too, because like it's like millions of dollars just in this little room right here already. So I just want to know about the Faulkner Act, the amount of people, and how you can skirt under people without them actually being in there and they being on a different payroll. And that's what I just want to understand that better.
Okay.
And the amount of money that we're bonding for and how many years we're stuck paying all this money. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Councilman Coyle?
Council President, just, you answer my question. Thank you.
Okay. Legal, I think the question is the administrative office allowed to have more than 3 staff members or something along that line?
Yes. I'm not entirely certain what the basis of the question is, but yes, and I believe the municipal ordinance covers the staffing for the administration's offices, so.
And Ken, for you, how much money have you bonded total? In total, the amount of money we have bonded, and about approximately how many years?
The total amount of net debt outstanding, including the net debt that would accrue from the bond ordinance that's under consideration, is approximately $184.3 million.
Okay, and how long is that? Can you repeat, Ken?
184.3 million.
And how long is the life period of that bond or that?
The debt, it varies. We have debt outstanding and new debt coming in. It's probably realistically, even though we could bond for 20, 30 years, we would bond for 15 years most likely.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question was the increase in salary. I think we did hire a lot of new staff, including police, which would cause an increase in salary. We also increased the finance department. I think we had new hires in the finance department. I think in the presentation itself, page, specific page, I had a good number on it. If you look at page 27, it looks all the amount of employees that we have, and hopefully that will provide better service to the residents. On page 27 of the presentation, it lists the number of staff and the increases in staff.
They don't have,
Oh.
that was all. It will be available online.
So we will make it available online. It'll be page 27. It'll be available online. But essentially, it lists the difference. I'll quickly go through it to help. The administration has 7 more staff members. Clerk does not have any increase. Court had 3 more. Finance has 1. Fire had 1. Health had 3. Police had 8. Public Works had 9. Recreation had 1. And Sewer and Water had 2.
Council President, did we answer the first question? Because we talk about the fall correct, everything is fine, but did we answer her question that how many employees that mayor can hire without the approval from this council? I don't think she received any answer from that.
Do you know that?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but I believe the ordinance lays it out, I believe, what the staff is. Sorry. It's.
Council President, point of order.
There's no back and forth. I will let the legal counsel speak.
If we're going to stop Christo from speaking when he speaks out of turn,
Yes.
it has to go for everybody else.
Agreed. Everybody, let the lawyer
No,
speak.
I can certainly look into it to see where that's established. I don't have that information off the top of my head.
Okay,
I simply
so
just don't know.
maybe for the
Yeah.
next one, we can.
Yeah, for Wednesday.
Okay, so for Wednesday, we'll have a clear answer as to how many staff that they can have. All right? Can we put that in the discussion? Yeah. All right, next, come on, Maria. That's not for this.
That's not now. No. I'm Maria Orchid, 83 Jefferson.
You're recognized.
Thank you. What is the interest rate on those bonds?
Okay.
And will there be help for the taxpayers that aren't able to afford the increase due to the inflation? Thank you.
Ken, the interest rate on the bonds? I guess it depends, right?
They vary. The last time we sold bonds was under 2% long-term interest rates. And then recently we sold notes at approximately 2.5%. So that's all I can tell you right now about interest rates. And in terms of relief for taxpayers, the state has several programs available, especially to senior citizens for tax relief, property tax relief.
All right, thank you, Ken. Crystal? Anonymous.
Thank you. Am I recognized?
You're recognized.
Thank you very much. Okay. So 144,000 for the municipal website. And I don't understand that. Through the chair to Margot, Vice President Margot, because she used to be on the BOE, Councilman Patil, and Councilman Brescher in the back, you know. The title's municipal website. That needs to come out of the municipal budget. Why did you guys steal 44,000 from the Board of Education for this municipal website? Number one, they have their own website, just like they have their own TV services. It's its own entity. So I believe that over the past year or two, that the mayor has taken over boards. He's taken over the Board of Education. He's taken over the library board. And, 2-3 years ago, nobody at the Board of Education would have gave you guys $44,000 for a municipal website that you guys already had and was much better than the one that's being made. There's problems with this one already. Are you guys gonna pass a resolution to give $44,000 back that you're stealing from the children?
Do you have any other questions?
Would you like to consider to give the $44,000 back to the kids? That wasn't your money. You know that through the chair to Councilwoman Margot Harris, you know that very well. You were a BOE member. The BOE gets 2/3 of the budget. You guys have a much smaller budget. Should have came out of that budget, municipal website. BOE has its own website. Why does the BOE have to pay 2 times for their own website and now $44,000 for this municipal website? It makes no sense to me. Promises made, promises never kept. He promised a new master plan in his first 90 days. No master plan, even still. Through the chair to Councilman Patil. Councilman Patil, you mentioned how the budget meeting was historically ran, and I believe you're correct. I find it disrespectful that in the past I used to be able to stand right here and look at the mayor, speak to the mayor, and he just left. He didn't even stay to hear what the residents have to say, because he's not accountable to us. And he's not accountable to you guys, because he always tells you guys what to do. How much time do I have left?
3 minutes.
And with the promises made, promises never kept. He makes sign, promises made, promises kept. He's violating election laws. He's using township funds to promote himself. Election flyers. That's wrong. And you know that, attorney. During this presentation, in the past, I voted for Joyce when, some years back, Joyce is an ex-councilwoman, and, she had 6 minutes to speak. I always want to hear what Joyce has to say, and I feel not only she was rushed off because you guys don't want to hear what she has to say, you're not just insulting her, you insult us, the residents, that she speaks up for us. And we want to hear her speak. And it's not just today, it's every single time. And I really don't appreciate that. And, through the chair to the lawyer, if you look at the agenda today, it says today, number 6, oral petitions and remarks. You guys tried to go past that. At one point, you guys tried to say, first of all, oral petitions and remarks is exactly that, oral petitions and remarks. You can speak for anything. If it wasn't, it would say oral petitions on the municipal budget only, just like it says oral petitions on the resolutions only. And you guys try to insinuate that we can't talk about anything we want, where we can, according to the open public, one moment, according to...
Can you pause this time?
But can I finish my point 1 second? The open public
Okay, you can
meetings...
start continuous time.
Let me
Okay.
just address that one issue before you continue on with it, because
No problem.
because I can see where you're going. Because it is a special meeting. At the special meeting called for the purpose of the budget presentation, the oral petitions and remarks are limited to the budget presentation. That is how special meetings work. Other business and agenda items can't be discussed that aren't there. That's what those are for, okay? You can restart his time.
I understand what you're saying. I kindly disagree, and I'm going to look into that because, it would state oral petitions and remarks on the municipal budget only. And the Open Public Meetings Act states when you guys open a meeting to the public, there always has to be one special portion for oral petitions and remarks where you can speak on anything. I didn't make that law up. It exists, and you guys know that very well. And to try to insinuate we can only speak on the budget, I feel it's to scare people away from what they really want to speak on. And thank you guys for not interrupting me and allowing me How much time do I have left?
30 seconds, 40 seconds.
40 seconds? Okay. And yeah, I believe because of all the lies that were going on in this council meeting while the mayor was here, that fell over. You understand? So the light's shining through his lies. God bless you, Councilman Patil. God bless you, Councilman Brescher. God bless you, Councilman Margot Harris. And God bless you, Councilman Coyle, even though God bless all of you. But how much time do I have left? How much?
3 seconds.
God bless Donald Trump. He's coming back.
Thank
Trump's
you.
coming back.
Okay, anyone else? Actually, one sec. Ken, can you, I wasn't understanding the question about we stealing money from the BOE. Did we steal money from BOE for the website? Okay, that's good enough. All right, moving on. Anybody else that would like to speak? The gentleman in the back.
Good evening.
Name
Richard
and
Brescher,
address, please.
868 Grove Avenue.
You are recognized, sir.
Thank you. I have a couple questions here. For my council comments, I have many questions on the budget. But I'd like to state that when we first received the budget, I did ask the BA if she had time and to schedule a meeting with me. I've yet to have that meeting, just so you know as council president. My next question is to make this document, this budget document here, I believe you would have needed that binder that everybody on this council received today at approximately noon. My question to council president would be, why, as council president, wouldn't you have required the administration and the mayor to produce the documents that they need to produce the budget to the entire council prior to the meeting? And understand, 12 o'clock the day of the meeting is not prior in my mind. The day that we received this document would be that. My next question would be, and this would be to Ken, we have on sheet 40B, capital budget. This here was generated, I believe, before we put up the bond that isn't approved yet, because these items seem to correlate with the current bond. But where my question goes after that is we still have like $5 million in recreation to purchase property, which I assume was a J Dynasty. And we still have, road resurfacing. You know, it's under 6 million, but I believe that you raised it to 8. So when this gets redone, is the budget going to be revised when we do that? And that would be to Ken.
All right,
Thank you.
As for the meeting with the BA and the budget, I am not sure as to what that conversation was like. I generally go to Ken if I have any budget questions because he's the expert on that, and he's always available for me. So I'm hoping he'll be available for you. Ken, would that be good to assume?
Correct.
All right. And in terms of the binder, this was a special meeting really called by the mayor. I do not know what he had plans. Luckily, we do have 3 more weeks before we have to vote on this, and we have plenty of data. And if we have any questions, Ken is available to answer any of those questions. And now moving on to the questions that he has specifically for you for the capital bonds.
Yes. Yeah, it is. He's correct that the municipal budget sheet 40B did have that in there because at the time that was contemplated for the improvement authorization ordinance that was to be introduced. That was since pulled and amended. And there's language in the improvement authorization ordinance that upon adoption of that ordinance, it amends the information in the capital budget.
I'm still lost. Can you repeat?
Okay, so that 5 million was taken out of the improvement authorization ordinance. So any inconsistency that's in the legal budget document sheet 40B versus the improvement authorization ordinance is corrected by virtue of the fact that the ordinance amends the
Okay.
capital budget.
Okay.
Council President, and I have the follow-up question on this one.
Councilman Patel.
Ken, because if you're amending the budget, even though the amount is more or less same in terms of the ordinance change, because of that 5 million.
Correct, yes.
However, because budget is already introduced, and now we are amending, and $5 million still a significant change in the budget. So does that qualify for reintroduction of the budget, or you still want to just push it through? It's a question to the attorney, if you're listening, please. Hello?
Yeah.
Wait, what, I'm sorry.
It was question, I was hoping our attorney was listening, because we already introduced the budget. This council already introduced the budget, but now there will be amendment to the budget with the last capital ordinance that happened. If there is, if I recall my council experience of 8.5 years, if there is any change in the ordinance, it needs to be reintroduced. So we already introduced. I hope we have to reintroduce the budget once you fix anything that you need to fix, and we have the final copy of the budget, then we can introduce the budget, and then we can adopt the budget.
Are you asking if it would have to be reintroduced?
Correct.
Not necessarily. Minor amendments don't require reintroduction. If they are substantial amendments, which then would be determined in conjunction with Ken over there as to whether or not it requires a substantial rework of that ordinance, then it may require reintroduction. I don't believe that that's going to be the case, but that's a question.
Yes.
We will
If you
prepare
look
next.
at that $5 million change, could be 3% impact to the budget, even though we are changing the number, we are changing the header of that, but header doesn't mean anything. It's still a significant change from the budgetary standpoint of view, and that's where the question was to both. Again, the numbers could same. Once the ordinance is adopted, then you can probably make the changes to the budget, then we can reintroduce the budget, and then we can follow through the adoption.
Point of
So if I
clarification.
may, that's a very good point. But again, I'll have to go back to the point I made to Mr. Bashoff, that the municipal budget in and of itself is a very unintuitive document. Unlike the operating portion of the budget, the approvals you're giving there are authorizations to spend those amounts of money. In the capital section of the municipal budget, there's no authorization to spend money there. That's simply there as informational and planning. The authorization to spend capital funds only comes through when council enacts an improvement authorization ordinance, a separate ordinance. We call them a bond ordinance sometimes. So even though there's deviation from the information that was included in the municipal budget document, that amending takes place by virtue of introduction and ultimately the public hearing and adoption of the improvement authorization ordinance.
But Ken, do you realize that it's a very dangerous practice to have the number different and then manipulate the budget based on this? It's very dangerous, because what I'm saying is, if there is $30 million bond, this council, it's there, and all of a sudden you changes the heading and where it will be spent, it's very dangerous. So again,
I think
I'll let the attorney and
I just want to point out something, that 30 million, the number is essentially a non-factor, because it's not actually, it's essentially like the credit card that we discussed earlier. I think it was an example.
understood, but it is reflected here in the budget with the specific line items there.
Yeah, and what was just tried to be emphasized is that the authorization that you're granting is not to spend that money. That is going to be a separate ordinance at the time that money gets spent.
Understood.
That's
Not
why it's
debating.
not a substantial amendment,
There is-
because it's
Again, we
this
can
is the
disagree to
plan, and if that plan changes, this council would then have to take another vote and do an ordinance to authorize a different amount than what's in there.
Okay.
If it doesn't change at all, this council still has to take another vote to authorize spending that money that is planned. It is a guidepost, so to
Understood.
speak, rather than a specific, this is what is locked down for what we think is going to happen, and there's no deviating from this.
Understood. Just this is the Bible to this council and to the taxpayers. And if you're saying that you can change or tweak, I wouldn't really consider that as I'm just issuing as a credit card. No, I need to know for what you going to swipe the credit card, and that has to be reflected and documented into the budget. And that is what I'm saying. There is a great chance of manipulating that $30 million once it is done. But again,
let me try to simplify this. This is essentially like a credit line, and we're saying, hey, you have up to, simplify it, but I don't want to use millions, but let's say you have $10,000 to spend on your budget. That does not mean that, we're going to all spend. If we spend 10,000, we're approved, still have to approve it. But if we go over, then it's a different ballgame.
Council President, you're not getting my point. It says for property purchase, it's $5 million. That's where the problem is.
I'm going to ask Ken to explain a bit better than I can.
Okay, if I could just direct you to 2 sheets before that, sheet 40, it states, this section is included with the annual budget pursuant to the state statute. It does not in itself confer any authorization to raise or expend funds. Rather, it is a document used as part of the local unit's planning and management program.
Understood. I'm not debating on that. I'm not debating the $30 million, but we have clearly classified for what this $30 million will be used for. And out of that $5 million, if I'm saying that it is specifically targeted to purchase a property, that may not happen. But you should not be able to move those, the heads here and there. And that is where again, if you think that is legitimate, then I don't think, this council or the budget presentation makes any sense. Just stamp it and just be over it. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Pointer.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, on the bond ordinance, Section 5, the township hereby certifies that it has adopted a capital budget or a temporary capital budget as applicable. That's why we have to wait until until the budget is introduced and approved until doing any capital improvement bonds. The capital or temporary capital budget of the township is hereby amended to conform with the provisions of this bond ordinance to the extent of any inconsistency herewith, which I think addresses your concern in regards to the $5 million appropriation in the budget versus what is on the capital ordinance. So if we introduce the budget and then introduce this as it reads, it should therefore amend the budget in accordance with all the descriptions that follow it.
Councilman, I get it, but again, I don't think residents are going to look your ordinance separately and the budget separately. They are going to hook up with one document. And that is why my ask was, make sure you update with the full transparency. This becomes your Bible. And be with that Bible, rather than introduce ordinance, modify the ordinance, and then, hey, I'm looking at some other document. But again, you have the votes to pass it. God bless you guys. Thank you.
I can do basic math, and on the budget, it says 31 million appropriated, and on the ordinance, it says 28.5 appropriated. So we are actually underneath what is on the budget amount. If it wants to be brought up about the bond that was earlier in the year, that was actually part of last year's budget amount. Thank you, Council President.
All right, we're going to stop this topic. I think we have discussed enough. Any other members? Come on up.
Mary Ann Hennessy.
You're recognized.
Thank you. To the Council President, may I address the lawyer?
I'm sorry, repeat.
To the Council President, may I address the lawyer?
The address. Oh, yes. Yeah,
The
you
lawyer.
can ask the questions, and then we'll go through that.
Okay. To save you some time, you go to COA. I think it's DOCA. You have to go to DOCA. And DOCA will explain to you the different kinds of government under the Faulkner Act. And a subpart of that will, no, don't go laughing. It's the truth. That's where you find where the towns are. You find out if it's a weak mayor and a strong council and a weak mayor, whatever the wording is, or a manager or whatever. And then underneath each one, there would be a subdivision that would tell you some of what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do. Now, do you want to come back and forth with me?
No, I would like you to finish all your comments and
No,
questions.
that's the finish of my comment. I'm just trying to save him time because he said it was an ordinance. It is not an ordinance. It's under,
Section 2-22, 2-21.2, 2-22.2 lays out the Department of Administration, the Department of the Mayor, the organization of those departments, and the various directors of those departments that are under the auspices of the business administrator. So I understand what a Faulkner Act municipality is. That wasn't the question, okay?
that was the way I understood it to be. Because I've understood it for years that under the mayor, he can only put 3 people under him. Anything else has to go somewhere else. It cannot be under him. And it's usually the secretary, the business administrator, and I think it was like a chief of staff or a constituent liaison person. Those were your 3, clearly defined that he only has rights for 3. My question is, where do the rest of the people upstairs fall? Thank you.
Okay. So I will let the legal answer this. Where, under the Faulkner Act, I think the assumption is that we can only have 3.
That's why I referenced the ordinances. That's where the organization and the.
Oh, one sec. No back and forth. Let the lawyer talk. But can we have the answers that we're looking
That's
for?
where the organization charts for the various departments within the administration fall. That is what I will get further clarification on for Wednesday so that I can tell you exactly what's where and how.
Okay, so we are going to get a further clarification on this question. I understand it's an important question as to how come we have more than 3 people under the mayor. So Wednesday, I already put it on the agenda with the Madam Clerk. We will get back to it, okay? So we will have a proper answer. Oh. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. Marion. I understand, but we can't have back and forth. If you would like to come up, I just can't have back and forth here. I know you still have time. How much time does she have?
2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Come up, that's fine.
Yeah.
Excuse me, it takes me a while to get here.
Sorry, it's fine.
The ordinance, I don't understand why you're referencing an ordinance, because an ordinance was never brought up years ago. It was always those 3 particular people came under the mayor. Any department head has to be approved by you. Every time a department head is established, you approve it, not the mayor.
Ms. Marion.
But the mayor has the 3 people in his office that work with him. And that's the way, my understanding for years is how it's been. And I'm not, let's put it this way, I'm not being nasty at anybody, because usually at the first of the year I make a simple statement, and I'll make it now so it's clear. When I come up here with a comment and I speak to a person directly, I am not speaking to that person as a person. I'm speaking to him as the lawyer or as the clerk, etc. I do not ever, ever insult anyone. Not as a person. I will insult the position you take when I find that is wrong. And that's what I want to make clear to everybody up there. I will never, ever come up here and insult you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Marion. But like I said, we don't have the full answers now. We will get to you on Wednesday. We should have a proper answer.
Council
We can get
President?
back to it. Yes.
I think I can enlighten a little bit
Okay.
on this. The Faulkner Act allows the mayor, and I'm going to say there's 5 people, which are your directors. There's a town ordinance that was written years ago. It was put in place so that the mayor just couldn't increase head count without coming to the council for approval on the dollars. And it was really about dollars. Our current law firm and myself, we disagreed at this when they first came into office and they first sat there, because I said it was a law and the mayor's allowed like 3 people, I believe it was. And he increased his staff in the office by, nobody really knows at this point. But at that point, the lawyer said it was an illegal law because the mayor is allowed to hire whoever he wants to hire as an employee. The original, like, heart of it was strictly budgetary, that they come to the council for your budget. But our attorney states that it's an illegal law. One of probably 8 or 9 that I've exposed, yet our legal team here has yet to propose any changes to our illegal laws. But they don't enforce the laws that we do have currently. So we're in a quagmire right now.
All right, thank you, Councilman Brusher. Anyone else that would like to speak? All right, seeing none,
Motion to close the public portion?
may I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? And can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
May I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Coyle, second by Councilman Shmuel. All in favor?
Aye.
So the special meeting has ended, and now we will call our work session in order. Calling the work session in order at 6:58 PM. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Here.
Councilmember Coyle.
Here.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Patel.
Here.
Councilmember Patil. Councilmember Pointer.
Present.
Councilmember Shmuel.
We don't do budget.
Madam Clerk, please read the adequate notice.
Adequate notice of this meeting is required by the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975 has been provided by the annual notice sent to the Home News Tribune, Star Ledger, Desi Talk News, Indian Times on December 12th, 2023, and posted in the main lobby municipal complex on that same date.
All right, thank you. And now we're going to open it up to oral petitions and remarks.
There you go.
We have a list. First person is Joel Bassoff.
Council President, while you come, do we need all the department heads here, or
Sorry, repeat that?
do we need all the department heads to be here?
I don't think so, but just in case if we do have a question, hopefully we'll get through it fast. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane. So I noticed one of the items on the agenda is the repeal of the redevelopment plan. My question is, does that have to go to the planning board? If so, does the planning board need to conduct a study on that? And if not, why couldn't the same procedure have been used to repeal the redevelopment plan for Amboy Avenue to expedite that? If one can be expedited, the question is, why couldn't the other one have been expedited? Next, question about the March 11th work session. The video of that was removed from the township website, ostensibly because someone cursed at the meeting. We were told at a previous meeting that the meeting is available on the web, but it's not on the township website. It's not on Edison TV or on the YouTube channel. For that, you have to go to, I guess, a newly designated informal custodian of public records, Mr. Christo Macropolis, who, by his good graces, is making that meeting available to the public. And let me take this opportunity to thank Mr. Macropolis for making sure that the public has full access to all of the official business that transpires in this chamber. My suggestion is that should be restored to the township website. My question is, why isn't it? Along those lines, some questions come up about free speech. At a previous meeting, a member of the public was removed from the podium ostensibly because he was wearing a mask. Now, I might not be a fan of members of the public coming here wearing a Halloween mask, but under what authority was someone removed for that reason? I might not like masks, but I also don't like infringements on people's rights of free speech. So the question is, what was the authority for that? Now, I also have a question about something that is still not on the agenda, but should be. The council should be considering updated definitions for warehouses, distribution centers, fulfillment centers. At a previous meeting, I was told that that's still a work in progress. So my question is, what kind of progress has there been, and when can we expect that to be done? Because if a development application is filed before the ordinance is changed, you can't change it retroactively for that parcel of property, and we could end up with development that could be detrimental to a residential neighborhood. So my question is, what's the timeline for getting that done? And if there's no timeline, what's the impediment? And then continuing on budget matters, it says in our township charter, section 3-15, that in November of each year, prior to the end of the calendar year, prior to the new fiscal year, department heads are supposed to bring to the mayor their proposals for the budget for the upcoming fiscal year, and that there's supposed to be public hearings with the mayor, the business administrator, and the department heads in the month of November. That's in our charter. My understanding is that the municipal charter is like the equivalent of a municipal constitution. So my question is, why aren't we following our charter?
Any other questions?
That's it.
All right. Any council members that would like to answer?
Yes, Council President. Joel, I'm going to be, during my council discussion points, going to be addressing the whole free speech and mask thing in great depth, so stay tuned. Okay, thank you.
And will we be addressing restoring the video?
One sec, Joel, we will, I'll answer all of them,
Okay.
don't worry. Anybody else that would like to speak? All right. As for me, let's go with the 9D question first with the planning and engineering. As to the removal of the list of area of need of redevelopment. What is in that? What's the process of that?
So this particular property is being removed from the redevelopment list as the result of settlement of litigation.
Okay, and so that way, so it doesn't need to go through the whole planning and engineering?
No, no, it's a resolution of an underlying litigation that was approved.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
So there was a litigation and it was approved? Can you repeat that question? I mean, the answer, so they can understand. Or 9D as to?
Because it's a resolution of a litigation, I don't know that there's much more detail that I can go into, at least until after it's all been resolved. It may be something that we need to discuss in closed session when we get to that portion of it, so that I can brief the council on what's going on with it and why it needs to be resolved.
But the
So I was
difference,
just asking about
one sec,
procedures.
there's no back and forth.
Yeah, no, I get it, and the difference procedurally is that this is,
Litigation.
one, it is a specific area in need of redevelopment designation, and it is a litigation matter.
Okay. Now, in terms of why the video is still not up, I don't know. Why is the video not up? Can someone answer me that? I have no problem with that video being up. I don't think the council has any problem with that video being up. I am not sure as to why the video is not up. I don't necessarily know, but I can ask for you. So can someone tell me why the video is not up?
I don't have an answer for that, but I will find out for you.
Okay, thank you.
Council President, I'm definitely someone who disagrees with the video being posted. If it is posted, I would hope that parts are edited, where our chief was humiliated, and that's just my opinion. And I'm not saying people don't have the right to speak, but there are some professional courtesies everybody in this room can give to how we speak to one another and how we act. It's real simple.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. I understand your opinion. I understand that, but I still feel, as much as I don't necessarily agree with the conduct of that meeting, it is something that happened, and it needs to be recognized, and maybe we can learn from it.
And Council President, just one more thing. The council and the mayor's office and the township of Edison does not have to air any meetings. This is a public courtesy that we give to the public that I think was a great idea. By the clerk, is to announce the meetings, public notice in the paper, and post it in here. So what people do here on television is a courtesy from the township for transparency. So the fact that we missed one meeting of the 9 years Councilman Patil and I have been on the dais, so of the hundreds of meetings, one has been missed. That's an apology. I'm sorry, but we do offer this as a courtesy. It's not something we have to do. And I'm sure people know that. Thank you.
Okay. So I think I unfortunately don't necessarily have an answer as to why is it not up. and I don't know what will be the process to get it up, but I can ask and advocate for that. On my end, the council update on the warehouse definition, again, still working on it. I don't want to speak before I have an answer as to when that will be. And in terms of the mass situation, we will discuss it during the discussion, and we'll bring it up then, because I think it's going to be a bigger than I think I can answer right now. Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Council President, just want to do a quick remark. If question is too specific to the attorney, I would request attorney to be on speaker and answer the resident rather than having the discussion dialogue between two of you, and resident has to just hear out what the dialogue is.
That's a good
It
suggestion.
has to be straight answer, let's be honest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Anyone, the next person on the list is Joseph Freeman.
Thank you. And from the beginning, the lawyer should not be disrespectful to the people when they come up. When you giggle back and forth and you talk to each other, that shows the blatant disrespect for the residents of this town. And some people that the cheerleaders and stuff, some of them that you have up there, they're disrespectful. They cut you off. They cut their other council members off. So I'm done with the cheerleading. All right, so now, the new bakery and stuff that I seen during the presentation, they had to sue. The guy came here, most of us were sitting up here when the guy did the presentation for that corner, all right? So we wasted money. We could have gave it to him just then and cleaned up that counter. But no, we want to give all the money to the lawyers. We want to take care of our people. That's what we want to do at all. And then I want to know, well, in my opinion, in
Council-
my opinion, I thought this whole
Joyce, can you repeat, what was the question on the bakery that we can
on
try
the
to?
bakery, why didn't we just go ahead with it when the guy brought the presentation in here? I don't think you were there, but the guy brought a presentation in. I believe Councilman Patel was here when the guy brought it in, and he was like going through dire straits because he had purchased that property. He was ready to move on it, but no, we didn't want to move on it. Then we'd rather pay some lawyers to waste time on that whole thing. All right, I know a couple of questions here. Some people want to know about the the flag raising ceremonies. They said, are they going forward or are they at random? All right, that's one question. Okay, and around this town right now, I don't see people for zoning, but the grass is like up to my knees. You go, the grass is up to my knees. The recycling paper, nobody's telling people, when you get that illuminator, you should put a section in there telling people, if you have a bunch of cardboard, tie it up so it won't be in my yard, and tell them to cut their grass. That's what should be, instead of a PR piece, it should be rules that people learn. Because I knocked on the lady's door and asked her why, she wasn't tying up her paper. But that should be some rules that we should learn from that. All right, so if they said there's another $30 million that's after this $184 million bond that'll be like an albatross around us forever. After that, they said that is there going to be another $30 million that you guys are hiding from us now that you're going to add for later? And also, just a point of reference, Tom Lanky was transparent. Whether he was transparent, plus he was an accountant, and he actually did present the budget in such a way that the whole community, no matter what, could understand what was going on. Not a bunch of fluff, not a bunch of PR pieces. I bought a new swing, I made a new house, none of that. Tom Lanky did it like it was supposed to be done. Also, there was a garbage flying that. Okay, the recycling building. The recycling building, is that one on Durham? That used to be one of the DPW places. Okay, and when the Toth Center at Stelton, is it cleared up with the Green Acres that they can move forward? And the building that's filled with asbestos and everything else on Stelton, when will that be ready? And I keep asking over and over again, because I heard rumors, is there mercury in the building at Minnie Beeville? I just want to know, just let me know if there's mercury in the building. So you get all those questions so far?
I'm kind of lost after the recycling. You said something about recycling, but then you didn't finish the question.
Oh, I asked about the recycling on New Durham Road. I think it's New Durham.
Yeah, what's the question on that?
When will it be open in the exact address? 'Cause
Okay.
people want to know that where they can bring, I guess they can bring their TVs and stuff. I don't have that many TVs, right?
And
the
then
last
something
question-
about, you had something about the tote center too.
Yeah, and I asked you about the Tow Center.
What
I
was the
said,
question on that? Yeah.
Is the Green Acres okay with them for them to start building, or is Green Acres still have them, not moving forward? And is Stelton Building still on the Rossi?
Okay.
Is Stelton still on the Rossi? Okay. Yeah.
All right.
At all. And I asked about, we don't have any zoning people. I'm telling you, it's too much grass and too much papers, too much garbage flying all over the place at all. So, and the last one I asked you, what is there mercury at the Minnie B. Bills building, or is there not mercury there? And last but not least, while they're screaming and yelling about, are the kids need to be more stricter and locked up more? The Minnie B. building used to be a very vibrant place for teenagers, okay? So if you can answer those questions for me at all, and about zoning, why we don't have a zoning person going around checking this stuff out. Thank you.
All right. Any council members that would like to take?
Council President?
Councilman Pointer?
In regards to Stelton Community Center, and this is just my understanding, it is still on the Rossi. It will remain on the Rossi. What the Rossi restricts, though, is that any changes to the exterior or to the footprint of the building is not allowed to happen. So as long as the overall envelope remains intact, the building can be reused. So it will still remain on the Rossi, but it will be a reusable
Has the
building.
same footprint. I know all about
Yeah.
that. It has to have the same footprint.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Any
Okay,
other?
questions?
Joyce, your time's up. I'm sorry.
I know, but I'm waiting on my
Yeah, yeah,
answers.
we will get to it.
Okay, 'cause I want
Yeah, we'll get to it. Anyone else that would like to answer any of the questions? All right. I know for the tote center, the mercury in the building at Minnie B. Will, I think I tried to answer this, we don't know. No one's tested it for it, and there's no way to test for it unless we have a reason to test for it. And I don't think did we test anything for the mercury? You can come on up. Thank you, Ray.
Good evening. We did test for it.
Okay.
We're doing a remodel of the gym. Mercury is common in rubberized flooring. We hired a licensed professional to go ahead to remediate the mercury, to remove the old gym floor, and to put down a new gym floor. There's no other mercury in the building that we're aware of.
Okay. So I'm glad you were here. All right. We answered the Stelton building. Tote center cleanup. Do you know if it's on the? Brian?
So the Toth Center cleanup was for oil remediation, not, it was not being held up by Green Acres. It was DEP, just not Green Acres portion. They passed the first round, the soil remediation passed the lab results. We are now in groundwater observation, which is approximately 2 months.
Okay. Thank you. And Ken, are we hiding $30 million bond? I think there was something along the 30. I'm sorry, Joyce, you can't be conversing. You cannot be doing this. I'm sorry.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you. I agree with the rules that we do need to enforce the cardboard. Maybe tying that up would be good for everybody and it not flying everywhere. And I think there was one more question on the bakery and the condemnation as to why did we do the condemnation when he was presenting a plan for a bakery at the time. And I think at the time, correct me if I'm wrong, legal advised us that condemnation is a tool used to enforce essentially a catalyst to make sure the developer actually does it rather than just delay and delay and delay by saying, hey, we're going to do this, but then actually not do it. But if you condemn a property, it gives them a timeline that they have to do it within that time frame. And if they don't, then it's a problem. So it's essentially a tool that we use to make sure that we get stuff done around the town. That was it. All right, anybody else that would have any questions? Oh, actually, who's next? Sorry. Maria. Oh, sorry, I missed Anonymous. Anonymous was on there.
Thank you. Am I recognized?
You recognize Anonymous.
Thank you. Okay. I wish Joe stayed out here. I want to talk about some of his comments. Oh, I want to talk about some of Joe's comments he made, but he walked out as his tradition. I don't know, if you're going to put up the video, you have to put up the video in its entirety. You can't just edit a public record. That's what that is. It's a public record. If he says it's a courtesy, through the chair to Councilman Brescher and Margot Harris, what he said, that's a lie. It's not a Brescher. It's not a courtesy to show the videos on TV. If that's the case, why are we paying salaried employees? They're not here on their own free will or courtesy. The moment we pay them a salary, this is a public record and it needs to be aired exactly as it is. I mean, you guys had no problem doing the fake news articles on me. And not even that. He says decorum, it's how we speak to each other in this town. I kindly disagree. I vehemently and kindly disagree with you, Councilman Coyle, because when Mayor Sam Joshi uses his public Instagram account making memes about me being a Nazi, even though I'm not a Nazi, you know, I'm not the government official. He is. He's supposed to be held to the higher standard. So, you know, stop trying to hold me to standards that you're accountable to. Okay? There's many things that we learned from that meeting. I learned from that meeting through the chair to Chief of Police. I was speaking with some of the officers, and what they told me is I used it the wrong way, that I'm supposed to emphasize something and not personal attack. I may not agree with that. I'll look into it further, but for the time being, I'll go with that. If we agree to that, I agree to that. And, you know, I learned from it, and I appreciate when police officers take the time out of their day to correct me on the law, to teach me about the law. Okay? And I'll save that for a rebuttal. How much time do I have left? Oh, when you were just bothering Joyce, she's not in here. You were just bothering Joyce. You were heckling Joyce through the chair to Councilman Brescher. State versus Trzewski, she can clap, she can boo, as long as she's not physically interfering with the meeting. You know, you got to be mature and keep it going. These things are going to happen. In other towns, it's even worse than that. Are we just going to create havoc and controversy around speakers and try to shame and guilt them? I don't agree with that. If she wants to clap, if she wants to boo, if she wants to say one thing for a second or two, you understand she's not physically interfering with the meeting. State versus Trzewski. And you said the 144,000, everyone's questions get answered up here but me. You claimed that the BOE did not pay 44,000 into the 144,000, yet you did not ask the BA about it. So, you know, just making statements up there that we're not doing something, it doesn't fly. The BOE did pay into it. Educate yourself on that. Make a resolution and give the kids the 44,000 back. That's their money. You stole money from the BOE because you guys are so inadequate, okay, that you guys can't even keep up with your own budgets. So now you have to take out other people's budgets to make up for your decreases? No. Give the money back to the BOE. It doesn't belong to you guys. How much time do I have left? A minute and 40 seconds. Yes, Jesus Christ is the truth. To have a department head here committing a sin, Jesus Christ, if he doesn't want to be here, let him go. And it's not the first time. Other people were up here, and we're cursing at them. This is department heads. Leave. Get the hell out of here if you don't want to be here. But don't sit there and use the Lord's name in vain. You understand? He's mocking Christians. I don't like that. So, and now we have that pride flag out there. I don't like that the newspaper, through the chair to Chief of Police. I don't like that in the newspaper, Sam Joshi puts out, oh, we support this LGBTQP community, okay? He's saying we're supporting members in the community that don't even exist, that they're safe. But me, a lifelong resident, I certainly don't feel safe. He never takes any meetings with me. So it seems like, you know, it's a publicity stunt. You know, there might be, well, a couple members of the community, you understand, but the majority he's catering to aren't even members of this community, okay? And pride is the original sin, okay? No, that flag shouldn't be under the American flag. Why isn't the Juneteenth flag up there? There's so many black people fought for civil rights, yet we're going to put up a flag for people's sexual temptations and
All right,
desires.
thank you, Anonymous.
Just 1 second.
Nope, your time is up.
I understand.
Please sit down.
It's
Please sit
disgusting
down.
to me. I am.
Please sit down. Thank you.
Council President,
Councilman Brescher.
to enlighten about this Board of Ed thing, I think Ken last year, and I believe this year also, on the Board of Education, they had a budget of, let's say, $300 million. But when we showed our budget documents, it was like $300,044,000. Ralph Bucci actually pointed this out a couple of times. And I think that's where this is really coming from. Because the town billed supposedly for more than what the Board of Ed budget was. And I heard the same thing happen this year also. And I don't know how that happens or what that is.
Can you look into that, or do you have an answer for it?
I don't have an answer for that. I will look into it. I know that the Board of Education in 2023, there was an issue with their adopted budget versus what the county tax board certified.
That's where I think, yes.
Yeah, and that was a matter that we informed the school business administrator. He had to address with the county tax board. We had no control over that. We could only certify and bill the tax rate as certified by the county tax board.
Okay, that's what happened last year.
Yeah, and I'll get you those exact amounts.
And I never really got an answer as to what happened.
Yeah, I'll get you the exact amounts, and I'll follow up with the school business administrator. I don't know what the outcome was of his efforts to inquire about that.
Okay, but we would only pay them what their budget required, or would we pay them what's certified by the county?
We pay them what's certified by the county because that's the amount we're legally obligated to collect on their behalf.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else would like to answer any of the Crystal's question? Because I don't think there was anything else. Moving on to Maria.
Maria Orchid, 83 Jefferson.
You're recognized.
Thank you. First, I'd like to wish all the fathers and people who celebrate Father's Day on Sunday, June 16th. Thank you for all your services. Also, on June 16th, there'll be the Joy of Walking at Johnson's Park. That's a fundraiser for the BAPS. Reminder, Juneteenth is a federal holiday. That's June 19th. On Thursday, June 20th, the Edison Environmental Commission will have its open meeting at 7 p.m. All are welcome to attend. Congratulations to the graduation class of 2024 on June 21st. We look forward to your bright future. On June 30th, please attend the Give Back to the Vets car show at the American Legion at 1 p.m. Thank you to everyone that volunteered for the Edison Environmental, our cleanups. We had over 30 volunteers at the Thomas Edison Memorial Tower. Thank you for the new trees on Amboy Avenue. They spruce up our beautiful Edison. We would need a traffic study in front of Thomas Edison Memorial Tower. It seems that the cars don't pay attention to the stop sign. They just run right through. And the concern is, since the museum is there, someone might be getting hurt if they cross the street and the other cars don't stop. Okay, here's the questions. How's our crossing guards? When is the master plan going to be available? Deer study update. How's the status of Jackson Avenue grant? A reminder in the future to plan for a rain date for the Fall Family Spectacular. I'm sorry that we didn't have Family Day. I always look forward to that in May. I've noticed we didn't have that this year. In the future, if you could have the special meeting, I don't know if it's up to you, at a more reasonable hour. I work until 5 o'clock, and it was very difficult to try to get here. And last, when will the budget be available to the public? Thank you.
Thank you. Any council member that would like to speak?
Council President,
Councilman Pointer?
in regards to the budget, the user-friendly budget is on the website. If you go under Finance Budget Documents, it's under the 2024 tab. The master plan is up for consideration at next Monday's planning board hearing or planning board meeting, so be up for vote. Deer Committee, I don't have any update at the moment. I had given the information gathered to my council colleagues and just waiting on that at the moment. And the other three I wouldn't be able to address. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer.
Council President, especially the Edison Tower, the traffic, I was there on Saturday, and I will tell you, the people are speeding 45, 50, there is stop sign, no one is bothered to stop. So if you can have, especially during the weekend when there is a heavy traffic, if you can have the police enforcement in that neighborhood will be really helpful. Thank you.
That's fair. Anyone else? All right, I think there was an ask for a Jackson Ave grant update. Do we have that information?
In what context? Update for?
I think that was.
There was a grant application. I had submitted it separately under my discussion items, but I know our business administrator isn't here. I'll follow up though.
All right. And then the crossing guards. Would you have any update as to the situation on the crossing guards?
The chief can help you with that. I think yeah, they're in the middle of it, correct? It's from my understanding, but I'll find out
Chief, if you
exactly
don't
how
mind,
far
if you
along they are.
can speak on the mic because I can't hear you.
Council President, there's really no update. We cover the crossings when they're out, which we have been doing for quite some time. But it's my understanding that the township signed a contract with them or is close to doing that. I guess legal can help you out with that.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't know if it's signed yet. I think we might be waiting for them to approve it.
So we have our guards out there, and again, when they call out, when they're not there, our police officers cover the crossings.
Okay. So this is de facto standards still. And we're just waiting on the, essentially an agreement?
Yeah. Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And we'll get back on the Jackson Ave grant. Councilman Pointer will. As for the special meeting timing, unfortunately, it's not up to me. It is the call by the mayor. And we tried to put it any other days, but the council chambers are pretty packed. There was Thursday that was originally scheduled, but he was called in to there's some things that he had to attend in order to, I don't know, I don't know the exact schedule, but originally it was supposed to be on a Thursday at a more reasonable hours. But unfortunately, due to the circumstances, we had to find another time, and this was the time that they found for the council chambers. So that is why we are in this situation.
Council President,
Council
I
Vice
just want
President.
to say about that, that I had suggested that under those circumstances, that we would have had the budget hearing tonight at a normal time, let's say 6, and then we could have made it a combined meeting on Wednesday. I know we don't like combined meetings, but under the circumstances, it just felt very, very rushed. And I hope that this doesn't happen in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. All right, moving on to the next person, Lisa.
Lisa Bukachevsky, 11 Outcalt Road.
You're recognized.
I'm sure you all know why I'm here. Amazon. And you've all tried to help me. You really have. But why does an ordinance that says no noise from 10 to 7 a.m., Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday, from, I believe it's 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., and they can't abide by it? Because I don't even think they know about it, really. I mean, I tell them about it, I call them, I call everybody. I tell Mr. Brusher, whoever will listen. I need somebody who's going to make this ordinance what it's supposed to be and make them pay for what they don't do. And I think that since we have a new manager of the warehouse, Kim's gone, she was there for 6 years, this manager, not the same. He's trying, but just not the same. So, for instance, this week was a nice day. I think it was Friday to Saturday. I opened my windows, left them open all night, could hear noise all night. Hostlers, dumping, beeping, all night. Sunday, 6:30 in the morning. I adopted a dog from the shelter, just so you know, so he wakes me up early. Noise, 6:30 in the morning. They're not supposed to make it till 9, but they do anyway. I was told that I send an email regularly with all the noise documented. I was told, please don't send it ad nauseum, send it once a week. I'm like, but the joy of sending it to you on an as it happens basis is taken away by doing it once a week. And so now I started to make a phone call instead. I called Mark Tarasevitz. I call Amazon, I call Pat Coyle, so that they know. What else? We're supposed to have a sound study. I went to talk to Mayor Joshi. He says he can't do anything unless there's a sound study that substantiates the noise. I'm gonna tell you, I don't lie. My kids call me goody two-shoes. I'm not lying about this noise, really. And so we're supposed to have a sound study. But now Amazon knows about that sound study because somebody gave away the secret. They just don't know when, but they know we're going to do it. So what's the point now? I don't know what to do anymore, other than move, which isn't going to happen anytime soon. That's about it. So I'm here to tell you that's the update. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa.
Council President?
Councilman Brusher?
I've looked into this. We had a committee that looked into it. Unfortunately, the mayor does not want to enforce our laws. That in a nutshell is what it comes down to. This mayor, when he set up on this council, he tried to fix Able Trucking, I think it was called. At the time, Councilman Coyle, before that, tried to fix Able Trucking. But what happened at that point was I wasn't elected to the dais at that point. Once I was elected, myself and Councilman Patil and Councilman Joshi and Councilman Coyle, your council stuck together and we held the mayor accountable for enforcing our laws. And I feel bad for the people over at Amazon because currently you don't have 4 people that sit up here that will force this mayor to adhere to our laws and enforce the laws. So until that happens, it's going to continue. We're going to continue taking the money. Amazon is a horrible neighbor. I will tell you that. They're on my list. I'm going to talk about how bad of a neighbor they are, and any town in this country should not want a Amazon. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Any other council members?
Council President,
Councilman
just
Boyd?
as a, and this question may have been brought up previously. I know that the sound study, is there any type of study that can be done in regards to vibration? And let me use this as an example. My neighbor was having a party over the weekend, right? In my house, I hear boom, boom, boom. The bass, right? From the house. I feel the vibrations from the bass. I go outside, I hear nothing, right? But inside, those vibrations are causing a disruptance. So is there any measurement technique that can be done in regards to vibration? Because while on the noise aspect, they may not be overseeing that threshold, that vibration, in my opinion, may be a bigger factor in this overall. So my question is there anything that we could do in regards to that?
I think that's a good suggestion. I don't know, would you know this top of your head?
So things like bass, they may be too low frequency to be heard, but they still get measured in the acoustic measurement tools that they use for the decibels. So even if it is at a lower frequency, one that can't be heard by you but can be felt, it should still pick up on that. However, that's a caveat of just having that information to hand. That would be something for the health department to report on. They're the ones who conduct those sound studies, the ones who coordinate with the county health department to coordinate those studies to see if there is a separate test that could be done for that. But that's what creates that
And
vibration.
that's why I use the music example, because I felt the vibration, but there was no actual decibel that I could physically hear on the outside. So just something if we can look into.
The decibel is a measure of intensity. What you hear is the frequency. So what you'll feel is the decibel level because it's the intensity of the sound wave.
Council President?
No, Council.
To the lawyer with that, it goes on to the vibration. I believe, John, when we were on that committee, wasn't there an application where Amazon had to fill out something to do with vibration, but we couldn't locate any documents here in the town? Like, so it was part of whatever that application was for. It was a specific item.
I personally don't recall the vibration aspect. I know that we discussed about like OSHA requirements and guidelines with that, but on that particular subsect of it, I don't think we really got far on it. I personally don't recall that particular item. I apologize.
I remember seeing it in an application. I think I asked Mr. Bignell if we had documents on any of that, but I don't think they had all the documents from that. And we never seen anything also that said that they could do loading and unloading 24/7, right, which is in our ordinance. We do have a resolution that says that it can, but I thought a resolution was only good for 1 year, and it would be an ordinance that would have to be something that would be,
We have a resolution that they can load and unload?
Yeah, that says like, and I think it's 2014. I can find it, and I'll send it to you, Council President. Maybe you can look at that.
Question for you. If that ordinance states that they can't, if that resolution states that they can do that, can that continue to this year?
It depends on the resolution. There are some resolutions that are effective for a certain period of time that may only be effective for a year that allows you to operate with an exemption, essentially. But I would have to see the resolution to be able to tell you for certain.
And in terms of the enforcement, I think this is very tied up with the state laws. There are very specific rules and regulation as to how you can conduct the study, who is allowed to do the study, what equipment you're supposed to use. I tried to trying to figure out a way where we can have a remote noise decibel reader that we can use to essentially, anytime it goes above a certain level, ding Amazon for it. Unfortunately, the state laws are pretty strict as to how we can enforce this. It's not as if we can go there and say, hey, we have a decibel reader, it's high. There is a certified technician that has to have some licensing, has to bring a very certified equipment, and he has to do it at that time, and he has to capture it, and that's the only way we can use it against Amazon. And unfortunately, it's very restrictive. And I understand the frustration because I tried looking for ways around it. I will still look, I'll still try to find something. I just don't know how we can do this. But I'm so sorry about this, Miss Lisa. Moving on, anybody else?
Council President,
Councilman Coyle?
through you to the attorney, could he pull the resolution and review that on offline, please?
I can try to if Mr. Brescher knows what it is or he has it. That makes it a lot easier for me to find it. I would have to hunt it down, though.
A resolution for the approval of the warehouse. I think that's what we're talking about, correct?
No, I think we're talking about the resolution that allows them to load and unload for.
Okay.
It may be the same resolution. I don't know.
But we
It's
don't know
from
which
10
one
years
it
ago.
is. Yeah, okay.
Good evening. Anthony Diamond, Wiley Ave.
You recognize Anthony?
Thank you, Council President. With all due respect, I take your answer to the timing of the budget a bit out of line. I say this because we know about the budget in advance. So every year there's a budget presentation, correct? So we know it's usually around the same time of the year. As a matter of fact, this year it's late. How do I know that? Because I believe Mr. Joel in the back would come up here meeting after meeting asking about the budget presentation, when we're going to have it. And it was supposed to happen months ago. I don't know what the law is exactly, but there was no mention of it, I don't believe, in the Illuminator promotion of it. I didn't see a Facebook post regarding the budget presentation. I could be mistaken if somebody if the mayor posted that. So to have it at 5 o'clock on a Tuesday in June seems a bit deliberate to me. All right, and I will. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Let him finish. Continue.
Oh, what's today? The
Monday
10th.
today.
The 10th. Oh, it's the 10th. All right, I got the date. Whatever today is, the 10th. So it seems a bit deliberate to me. If you compare, and Councilwoman Strip Freeman said it perfectly. Mayor Lanke, I believe when he would have the budget meetings, I believe there were standalone meetings. I could be, again, if I'm wrong, please correct me. There were standalone meetings. They were in depth. They were, whether you agreed with him or not is irrelevant, but he would sit here and answer any questions the public would have. Every single question, okay? It was broken down. As a matter of fact, he didn't pretend that he was some budget expert. The BA did a lot of the talking, but he presented it. For better or for worse, he would sit up here and he would take the hard questions. This mayor, I'm being told, 35 minutes it lasted, 30 minutes. Not a single question. So I call upon this council not to vote on the budget till the mayor comes back in here and gives the public an hour of his time. What's more important than sitting here and answering questions regarding the municipal budget? I can't think of anything more important. I'd like to know where he's headed. I mean, it is so absurd to me that he can't sit here and just answer some questions. So this bubble that he's put around is just incredible. It is absolutely incredible. And I wouldn't vote on this budget. I'd table it, do whatever it is that you guys have to do. Don't vote on it until he comes back in here, because I have some questions. I'm sure some other people have some questions too. Also, it's unbelievable. While we've seen an up, this crime is on the rise. All right. there's stagflation right now in the economy. Basically, that's really what it is. People are struggling. Nobody's gonna, people. I mean, nobody's going on vacation. Let's be honest. People can't afford to go on vacations. And meanwhile, the administration, inside the administration, they're giving themselves over $200,000 increases in salaries. I mean, does anybody object to this? I mean, it is incredible. If I'm wrong, if I'm mistaken, then is that correct? There was increases from the budget in the budget? No? Okay, then I stand correct. All right. If there was no increases, I thought there was an increase. The mayor was adding to the. Did he add positions?
Just any salary increase would have to be voted by us.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Yeah,
So
so
okay.
it's not-
So there's been nothing yet.
No, nothing yet.
Okay. All right. Okay. Maybe I misheard. If I do, I do apologize. But I'll take you on your word there, Council President. And that is it. So, but yes, regarding the budget, if the mayor could kindly come back at normal business hours, maybe 6, 7 o'clock, when people are not stuck in traffic, not at work, not coming home, that are prepared to ask some questions. I don't care if there's 2 people or 100 people. They deserve the right to ask the mayor questions regarding the budget. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Anthony.
Council
Any
President?
Council members? Councilman Gresham?
Yeah, just to clarify, there are increases. This body, though, what you were talking about was they put a range between 60 and 180,000. The mayor himself might only be paying 150,000, and then in the budget, he'll put in money to cover the raises. So we don't really know until we get the head count with each department as to if there are these big increases.
But those are all voted on already, right? Like, because it's the range that we gave.
We gave a range,
Yeah,
but we don't know what he plans on spending.
Anything else? Councilman Gresham?
No, that would be it.
Anybody else?
Council President.
Councilman Pointer, then Councilman Coyle. Okay, Councilman Coyle.
I just wanted to make sure through your leadership, you can repeat to the residents who are here today that Ken DeRoberts is here. He was voted on 7-0 by this council. He's I think a 5-term financial person for our township. If any questions can be directed to him, they can be answered now. I know people are asking for the mayor, but Ken is here to answer some soft questions, some hard questions. He's also available by phone. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle.
Council President.
Let me get Councilman Pointer.
Okay.
Okay, Councilman Pato.
I was just going to offer the clarification. I think there's some confusion. This is why when Mr. Bassoff was speaking, I tried to make sure the clarification of what was actually expended versus what is shown as appropriated, the 2023 expenditure versus the 2024 appropriation. When you look at the appropriation amount, there is no adjustment on there. In regards to why that appropriation may be more than what was previously expended last year, on this particular item, when you look at the potential positions, you'll notice Assistant Business Administrator is vacant, right? That has a salary of approximately $133,000. So if that position was filled, then that expenditure for the year would obviously go up. So it's not to say that everything is fully accounted for, but there is items that are still, positions that are still vacant, and I think there's some confusion on the appropriations versus expenditure. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer, for that clarification. Councilman Pato.
Thank you, Council President. I know, my council colleague wants to back because he's the chair of the finance. But just remember, this budget is presented by Mayor Sam Joshi. So he is responsible to answer residents and taxpayers' question. Again, you try covering up, thank you, because you are a chair, or you should have sat there, or this 2024 budget could have presented by Ken sitting here and would have asked him a question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Pato. As for the budget presentation, unfortunately, there's no law that requires it. This was a tradition started by Mayor Lanke, and so there is no necessarily, hey, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, anything documented. This is the way we ended up, I agree, it should have been done on a 7 o'clock, and we should all have more time. But again, any questions that the residents have will be answered, and I think the expert here will be Ken, and not really the mayor, because Ken understands majority of the finance, and everyone here appreciates him for it. But yeah, moving
Well, Council
on.
President, just a quick thing, because yourself and Councilman Coyle refer to Ken. But if I were to ask Ken, Ken, we have the additional assistant BA, right? When are you anticipating hiring that person, and where does that need come in? Mr. DeRoberts, he's not capable to answer those questions because need is done by the mayor. And that's where Councilman Batile is going. And that is why it is important. And I'll tell you where I go with this. We've approved bond money. It's not actually specified exactly what we're doing with it, right? But it leaves a lot to the mayor to then do later on, where he was supposed to come to this body and express the need, right, as to why we need to do this. So that's why the mayor's presence is really needed. When we talk about the increases with the police, right, I get it. I believe we do need increases, right, because we have crime is just rampant around our town right now with home invasions up where I live. But at the end of the day, the mayor should explain, because crime is on the increase, I need these additional things. Mr. DeRoberts has no direction where he should be able to say that. He works for us, so he does the adding and subtracting, right? And he can explain that. But it's really the mayor and the business administration that need to explain the need as to why this is inflated, these numbers. And I know Councilman Pointer did point out, he did allude that the money is put in there. And just for the public to know, they put it in there because then they use it to fill the reserve bucket that they spent this last year. So it makes it easier for them moving forward to fill the reserve bucket with the unexpended funds that they had from the year prior, so from 2023. We can get into this in more detail over the next couple of meetings.
Again, if there's any questions that the residents have, they have been answered. If there is something that they felt that they haven't answered, they could come up and ask. And there was plenty of opportunity provided. Everything was answered as asked. So I understand you had your opportunity to ask any questions you wanted. You chose to sit. That's okay. But it is a choice. You have ample opportunity to ask questions. And if you don't get the answers, we will get the answers for you. That's the end of it. Thank you. Moving on.
I'll be 30 seconds. 7 mayors before this never did it. This is a brief snapshot for residents to understand where your money's going. And it shows it right there. A copy will be posted. You'll get it if you want it. It's a perfect opportunity for those who don't have the time. This has everything here to see where your money's going. And a lot has happened. And we never questioned mayors before that. And this is just, as Ms. Shipp said, we respectfully disagree.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Moving on.
Hello.
Hi.
Sue Malone Barber, Pleasant Avenue.
You're recognized.
Thanks. Just a quick observation. I appreciate that the videos of the council meetings are a courtesy to the residents. But in the absence of minutes, which actually is the law, it becomes really critical that somewhere that meeting be posted. So this may have come up at another meeting and I missed it, but why aren't there minutes posted for 2024? The entire year has no minutes.
Madam Clerk, do you have any more questions?
Nope, that's my question.
All right, thank you, Sue.
Thanks.
Is there a reason why the minutes?
We'll just double check, because what's been approved can be posted, what has not been completed cannot.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Any approved minutes will be posted. Some minutes in
I
between
think we-
haven't been completed, that's why.
But there were no approved minutes since January?
No, there is, and I'll just see to that IT posts.
Yeah,
what we
I mean, I
have.
don't see any unless they're somewhere else, but
We'll follow up. and make
Anyway.
Follow up with.
Make sure that's up there.
President?
Yes, Councilman. Quinn.
I do just want to make a comment. Our clerk's office is understaffed. I'll just call it what it is. So I know that the clerk's office needs assistance. I know that they work diligently to get the minutes, because last year I know that they worked very hard to do that for me. And we did just pass through an election, which they are responsible for running. So I know that it seems that things are delayed, but I do see the work that they do behind the scenes. It's definitely not intentional, and I know that as soon as they're able to get to it, they'll have it for us to approve.
We will make it a priority to put that up. And
Council
as,
President, okay.
just one sec. And I was corrected that the video is available to the public. It is available upon request. It is just not being aired, as far as I know. So it is recorded and it is available. If you do choose to view it, you can request it and they'll send it to you. All right, Councilman Patel.
Council President, a question to attorney. Can you
No talking back and forth. Thank you. All right, Councilman Patel.
Can you please check, because I heard that everything is optional here. Councilman Coyle said, I'm hearing from, Council President, nothing is optional. If you look at the state of New Jersey, look at every single town, they are recording every single meeting, they are posting it. So is this, Edison is some exception that we are talking everything is optional? If that's the case, then this council meeting should not happen. Just 5 people can go upstairs and just do the business.
No. The council meeting itself is required. The council meeting being open to the public is required. There's no requirement that it be video recorded as far as I'm aware. There's no requirement that those recordings be posted. However, because it is being video recorded, because there is a record of the meeting, that's required to be held and maintained by the township. That's what's happening, is that the videos are held and maintained by the township, and the township does in fact post most of them. Why they chose to withhold this one, I couldn't answer you, but they're under no obligation to post it publicly. They are, however, under obligation to provide it upon request, and my understanding is that it would be provided upon request. If you wanted to watch the minutes or watch that meeting, you'd request it of the administration, and they would have to provide it to you.
No, I'm not talking about that one particular meeting. I'm talking about in general. Any meeting that happens is his council chamber. In fact, when Mayor Joshi was a council member, he used to put the phone right here and record the council meetings in the fairness of transparency. And all of a sudden, it became an optional that the township should not do it. So do you want me to bring my phone here and start recording and start publishing it? If that's what we need to do it here, or we don't want to be transparent and say, guys, we'll record. If you need to watch, you request, because just remember, there are 120,000 residents living in this town. No one knows the bureaucracy or red tape to request that council meeting to know that. It's very unfair to the taxpayers that what business is conducted in this council chamber is not transparent and is not publicly available to them. It's very unfortunate. And if you need any resolution to make that happen, I will move the resolution on this dais, if that's the case. And let's see, how many council members are against the transparency. Thank you, sir.
You good? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Nasser, Pleasant Avenue.
You're recognized up there.
All right, so I feel bad for the lady that had left over there. We talk about quality of life issues all the time. They're talking about noise, and that's been persisting for a very long time. We also have, of course, in Clara Barn, we always talk about Clara Barn, about the 4 stories. That's a quality of life issue as well. We shouldn't expect people to have to kind of move away from these issues. They should never have been an issue to begin with. I want to go back to the meeting that we were talking about that is not on the website. I might have been confused. I thought the VA had said that it was available at some point, and now we're saying that it's available upon request. So I'm just, maybe I'm confused, or there has been some confusion, but we can answer that later on. But it's just one of the thoughts I had there. All right, so I'm just going to go on to what I prepared to talk about. I wanted to thank the mayor and his team for agreeing to meet with the Clara Barn delegation team last Monday. We had an earnest talk with him, and we were delighted to hear the administration point-out blank say that in July, the 4-story language will be gone. After hearing the mayor unequivocally say that the 4 stories will not happen, I'm putting my trust in the administration to deliver that. I expect the administration to be like Karl Malone and deliver it. I know that's a dated reference, but it fits. Failure is not an option here. We always need to have some kind of levity, I feel like, in what we're doing here. Number 2, I would like to give some thanks to a couple people. I want to thank the officers who have made home visits to my parents and others to go ahead and make sure that the residents are safe. I wanted to thank Lieutenant Turner for reaching out to me about my concerns on Pleasant Avenue and working on implementing some of the solutions I proposed. I want to thank Councilman Coyle for calling me and being a liaison in this matter. I want to thank all the council members who spend time and talk to me and the residents for anything with Clara Barton, whether it's on the discussion items or not. I also want to thank the crossing guard at Woodrow Wilson Drive. That person is just awesome. A few months ago, I stumbled across the committees that you have on the website, and I noticed that there are unfilled positions such as the Ethics Committee. After the last council meeting, I was specifically looking at the Ethics Committee seats to see if they were still available. It seems like that was filled. How does one get appointed to these seats? Is it by the council president's discretion, or is there a vote? I know that there is also an application you have to put forth, but I'll let you go ahead and answer that afterwards. I noticed that there are 10 committee boards and commission seats that have incomplete membership. Is the list that I found on the website today inaccurate? For example, the planning board has multiple vacancies listed, and it says Councilwoman Harris is the liaison, but Councilman Pointer, you're the liaison on the planning board. So I'm a little confused about if there's some typos or if there are vacancies. It's kind of hard to figure that out. Another concern I have are about the TRC meetings now at 3:30. I think that's an inconvenient time. I wonder why we just kind of moved it. That has not been the standard before. Then I wanted to move on to the oral petition remarks, and I know that Councilwoman Harris, you're going to be talking about decorum, so I'll let you maybe talk about that after I say a couple things. Can I, at oral petition remarks, say anything I want? Could I read a story of any kind if I wanted to? Could I just stand here and do nothing? Decorum. If somebody's out of order, what happens? How many times do you have to hit the gavel for somebody to be, removed? We've seen that we've had residents removed before. I think that we should have equal treatment both sides. Should the rules that you impose on the residents be the same as on the council? Can you go over the decorum with respect from the council to the residents? Now, we can go ahead and scream. We can go ahead and curse. I think that we could also use words that are just as bad as cursing. So I think that it is subjective on when to interrupt somebody. And as I understand, you are the only one council president and maybe the lawyer to go ahead and interrupt somebody. Nobody else can make the judgment call at that point. So that is all I have to say. If you could answer my questions, I appreciate that.
Okay. Any council members want to take anything?
Council President, it's news to me that I'm the liaison to the planning board. If so, I've missed a bunch of meetings. So we have to update that. Thank you.
I think for that particular issue, it was if you Googled it, then you're being linked to a wrong.
Well, it was on the Edison webpage, so maybe there's multiple copies of this on the Edison page.
I'm not sure.
On the Edison page. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Because there were dates that said 20. Yeah, so there was other ones that said 2025. Like those dates are the 2027. So there's got to be something wrong here.
What I think is happening is there might be multiple pages that are active, and what Google's linking is the wrong one. So if you go through it from Google, you might
I'll
be.
talk to her about it.
Yeah, but I think if you talk to Madam Clerk or Marlene, I should clear that up. Anybody else want to speak?
Council President?
Councilman Pointer?
In regards to the video, what the BA had mentioned was that it is available on the YouTube Edison TV page, but not on the cablecast.
No.
No. What the what the BA said was that it was available on YouTube. It is available on YouTube, just not through Edison's page itself.
That's what I was saying.
But not Edison TV.
It's not available on the Edison TV page.
On
Yeah,
the Edison, sorry.
Yeah, it's not available on the Edison TV YouTube channel either.
my
It's
apologies.
available on YouTube, I believe, by Mr. Christo.
Understood. My
having posted.
apologies.
Hey, no talking back and forth, please. And anything else?
In regards to the decorum stuff, I know that it's a topic. I'll discuss it when the council talks. Thank you.
All right. Any other council members? All right. So the confusion on video is available on YouTube. It's not available on Edison TV. But if you want it, it is available. So we do have a record of it. That's what I'm being told on that. The quality of life issue, I agree. We should plan so that there shouldn't be no issues. Unfortunately, sometimes we overlook certain things, or sometimes we think some things will work out certain ways, and it doesn't. And that is why we have to revisit a situation. Unfortunately, in the Amazon situation, is our hands are pretty tied because it's state law that regulates it more than us in terms of how we can test it. I wish we had a better, like I personally would have loved to have just an automated system that just dings them every time so we know exactly when they're going over. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to do those things. I actually did not get the failure is not an option joke, so maybe I'll go back and revisit that because everyone, all right.
The mailman joke.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm behind on times, I suppose. All right. In terms of the committee and stuff, it's not all up to me. It's an application, and then we vote on it. If you want, you can ask Madam Clerk, and she can provide you with the up-to-date. It should be on the website, but we can figure that out, how to get there. But if you are interested, we would love to have you because I find you to be very passionate, and you do great work. So thank you for that up there. And we will discuss the council and the decorum. It's going to be a big topic today. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? You can continue.
Good evening, Ben from Edison, Jersey. You have the floor, Council President.
You're recognized.
Awesome, awesome. Well, I came a little late. I only heard half of the budget proposal. I would like to hear the whole thing, but I get a notification that Edison TV is going to be turned on at 5:10. I don't know. This was a last minute, I guess, scrambling, but I would like to hear the whole thing, and I would like to have the mayor to come back and answer my questions. I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to tell him right now at the moment. I'm waiting for the right time if he does come back.
If you have
But
any
it feels
questions.
like everything has been high up a little bit, and I don't, my father rent went up this year during that. It's just mind blowing that almost up to $1,000 that we're almost paying for rent every single month. It used to be 800 and something, now it's 962. It went up by like more than $50. I'm just blown out of proportion because that indeed I understand because of the inflation that will come over time. But yeah, if someone can let me know about that, if we can have the mayor back, and because I remember the budget during the last formal administration, and he was answering everyone from the first to the last. This mayor is not doing it. So Sam Joshi, please come back, answer the residents' questions. Everyone's upset. I was told that there needs to be a survey, especially for him, how he's doing his job. Some of the residents are telling me he needs to go. If that's the case, then what he does now until next year is going to benefit him for his votes and for the people behind me. Also, last week was D-Day. My grandfather fought the war many years ago. AAA gunman. I miss him. He fought for our lives, fought for this country, and even people who fought for this country in our own township who are still here today. It's June already. I forgot to say this. To Rutgers graduates, congratulations from last month. And also for this month, to the students, congratulations. Please be the light that we are calling you for in this township. And happy Pride. I know my peoples in the back, or my predecessor, like Joe Biden would say against Donald Trump. People don't agree with Pride, but you see, we have a lot of people support Pride. And you gotta be careful, Mr. Christo, what you have to say about Pride, because you got a lot of organizations will not allow those words coming out of your mouth, what you just said last 40 minutes ago before general comment happened. Because people really take Pride real seriously. And, the last thing I don't need is a racial hate crime against Mr. Christo's actions, because he has to be very careful. Also, speaking about Mr. Christo, I want to put him on the spotlight as well.
Council President, I don't think this is fair. Point of order.
I want to
to
say
pick on
something.
Christo.
Point of order.
No, I want to say
Please
something.
not talking back and forth.
I want to say something. This individual went through my whole life records.
Benz, be careful what you say. I will ask you to stop talking and you'll forfeit your time. That's all I'll say. Okay? So just please.
Council President, just in lieu, we can't let him do it and then others not. It has
Yeah.
to be no across the board.
You cannot, as long as this, can you pause this time? I want to make sure this.
Is more properly done. Oh, he's not done. He's commenting on, it is with respect to something that. It's fine. He does have to be very careful about not disparaging or defaming.
I would like you to explain this. Benz, I will have legal explain to you what you are and what you're not allowed to do, because, and just know that if you do go overboard, I will have to stop you and you'll forfeit your time, okay? Go ahead.
Okay, so you do have the right to speak. I believe that you do have the right to say what you're about to say. However, I will caution you that you have to be very careful about either disparaging a member of the public as opposed to a public member of this body, a public figure. You also have to worry, again, about possibly defaming someone who is not a public figure, who is a member of the public. So with those caveats, I would take great care in how you continue forward with what you're about to say and any accusations that you may make, okay? If it crosses over the line, the council president is well within his rights to forfeit the remainder of your time if he has to, in order to prevent it from breaching those rules. You understand?
Yes, sir.
You can continue.
Okay, because what he just said, then if that's the case, then I will forfeit my time then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benz. Just one point, by law, we cannot increase, the landlord is not allowed to increase it by more than 5%, but it doesn't seem like they did. So if they do increase it by more than 5%, we have some leeway to control that. But unfortunately, from that price point, I don't think they did go above the 5%.
Then if that's the case, that's why my family is deciding to move, because of the situation of the inflation, and not just me, but other families are also moving out of the state and other states to better fit of their family problems and household what they need. So I can see that. Okay. Thank you very much. I have nothing to discuss.
And any council member would like to speak to this? No, but I agree, the housing is a crisis that we need to solve nationally.
Yeah, it's not a state issue, it's a nationwide, plus geological speaking, global wise as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Vince. Any first-time speaker?
Lois Torr, 52 Reeder Road.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Several meetings ago, we brought up to you the problem with the billboards that are already up. Not that your ordinance is going to ameliorate the problem of. So I'm wondering if you said you were going to look into ways of either taxing the commercial properties that have the billboards, relieving tax burdens from the people that are surrounded, and their quality of life decreases because of the billboards. I just want to know what's going on.
All right, thank you, Louis. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, the taxing of the billboards is county, right, or something along?
It's factored into the property tax assessment for
Okay.
those properties.
So we can't directly pinpoint and say, hey, we're going to increase your tax because it's a billboard. We're not allowed to do that because that'll essentially cause a legal problem, and they would win that battle. Second thing, you said about the valuation of the properties. Again, it's part of the system. If if that property is valued less, automatically tax decreases because of it.
A question about the ability to tax. If the billboard isn't up when the property is evaluated and the billboard is placed up, can't the property be reevaluated?
It's called an added assessment. It's when there's a substantial improvement added to a property. And when I say the word improvement, I don't mean making the property better. I mean adding something to the property, whether or not it makes it better or not. So if you put an addition on a house, if you put in an extra bathroom, if you put up a billboard, if you add a sewer system instead of septic, any kind of improvement like that would be factored into the year in which it is substantially completed as an added assessment, and then it would be factored into the baseline taxes for the following year.
So when these new billboards go up or have been, or which aren't built yet, but are under the old laws, not the new law, that parcel of property will be reevaluated by the town?
It should be.
Is there a way to make sure of that happening?
I believe so, because every time something new happens, they have to apply, and then they have to get the permit, and then they have to get reevaluated, right?
I don't want to get too far into it because you and I could just
I
spend an
understand.
hour talking about municipal taxation and property taxes and how they work. But essentially, the baseline law is that the municipal tax assessor is charged with reevaluating and applying the proper taxation to every property within the municipality or a reasonable approximation therefore each year. Practically speaking, that can't necessarily happen, which is why you start getting slightly different variations in what's been raised and what hasn't. And so that makes it a little bit more difficult, but that's why there's ranges by which the municipality as a whole can be within range of that true market value for its properties as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lois. Any first-time speaker? All right, seeing none, rebuttals? And anonymous, just a heads up, if it's not a rebuttal, I would have to stop you, and you will forfeit your time.
I know what a rebuttal is, thank you. Am I,
You are recognized.
I'm recognized?
Yes.
Recognized now? Okay. I agree with everything Mr. Bassoff says, except the one statement. God bless Mr. Bassoff, but I disagree on the one statement that the meeting was removed for cursing, and through the chair to Councilman Brescher. Many meetings have been removed, and through the chair to the chief of police too. Many meetings have been removed. Library meetings have been removed that I never showed up to, but they got removed. Why? Because it shows Sam Joshi's corruption. You can't blame me for removing those. At least 2 library meetings were removed. And then, okay, I apologize. Well, you know what? I'm not apologizing, but, you know, it is what it is. At the one meeting with Deputy Chief Dudash, all right, I just don't understand all this animosity, hostility. It wasn't removed because I cursed. It was removed because Councilman Brescher exposed something at that meeting. He exposed something big time, something that the FBI can be looking at Mayor Joshi for. And then there was another meeting through the chair to Chief of Police. There was another meeting that they claimed racist remarks and sexist remarks were made, I have that video. I can give it to you so you can look at it yourself. I never made racist or sexist remarks. And then Sam Joshi goes on his Facebook page, insinuates it was me, May 28th.
I think
some
you're going
year.
off tangent here.
No, I'm not, because I'm explaining why the meetings were removed, and I'm saying it's not because of cursing, that there's other nefarious motivations behind it. So,
Can you stop his time just for the moment? You can rebut the rationale for the meeting that was removed. You're bringing in other meetings now, other meetings that have nothing to do with the original point.
Joe, sorry.
Yeah, I remember what Mr. Bassoff said, and the chair has indicated to you that if you're going to go off onto other meetings that were removed, that falls outside of his
I'm not.
defined terms for a rebuttal, okay?
Joel Bassoff specifically mentioned the Dudash meeting. He said it was removed for
So you
cursing.
can talk-
And I'm saying it was not removed for cursing. It was removed because Councilman Brescher exposed
you can
something
continue
big
his
time.
Don't have a problem with that. That's
and
fine.
at
It's
the
when
end
you
of
start
that
talking
statement,
about
I'm
library
finished. Let me
meetings,
move
other
on.
meetings, okay?
Let me move on. I'm done. I want to rebut what young AJ Benz had to say through the chair to the chief of police. I can't be going through his records. He specifically mentioned expunged records. I don't have the ability to do that. You know that. I mean, it's just common sense.
There is 1 minute.
What the young man was talking about is he brought up that his records were expunged, and one day I mentioned it. That doesn't mean I'm looking through the kid's records, number one. And, okay, so I vehemently disagree with that. And, yeah, I brought it up to him because apparently so many investigations from that kid go with me. If he shows up to Coyle's home, I get blamed for it. If he shows up to the Hans home, I get blamed for it. He showed up to my home several times. Are you going to blame me for that too? So my simple question was, why did the county prosecutors expunge your record? I want to know if they expunged stalking from his record because it may have. I'll bring it up in my court. Because I want to know how this kid showed up on a day they faked an arson over at.
Thank you. Okay. Motion to close the public portion.
Motion to close?
May I have a second?
Second.
So I have, can you please, next one I will ask you to be removed.
Hit your gavel and say you're out of order.
You are out of order. All right. Yes, Councilman Shmuel, seconded.
Okay.
So motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Shmuel. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Moving on to the work session meeting number 5. Reports from all council committees. Starting on my right, Councilman Brescher.
Yes, the public advocate, we did a little kind of survey to put something up. And it looks like we're going to go with the recommendations from Councilman Pointer. Unfortunately, I have not forwarded that to our attorney yet, so that's on me. But I will be doing that over this next week. I've just tied up with actually the budget and, the other things that I have. But I'll be putting that up this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Councilman Coyle?
None, sir.
Council Vice President.
Yes, starting with the animal shelter, we had a virtual meeting on June 4th. And dog adoptions, there were 14 since the last report. Cat adoptions, 38. Total animals in the shelter, 13 dogs plus mom and 8 puppies. And these 8 puppies and the mom look like King Charles Cavaliers. They're adorable. 2 bonded seniors, 1 senior found on that Sunday before that was still on hold, and one mom and 8 nursing puppies that they were born on May 31st. Cats, there's 1 nursing mom with 4 kittens, 1 feral nursing mom with 3 kittens, 2 bonded seniors that are 17 years old. Their owner is in hospice, and so they were surrendered on June 3rd. On July 19th, there's a New Jersey Patriots fundraiser. July 13th and 14th is the Cat Expo. August 3rd, first annual adoption event. Silver Hammer, this is as of July 1st, 2024. This is having to do with tracking calls. This is going to be a much more accurate snapshot when approaching towns about contracts, dispatching through the office from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., dispatching through the manager from 4 p.m. to 8 a.m., and more functionality than Shelter Pro. There's also going to be an evening shift now. The employees will be there until 11 p.m. So all is going very smoothly over at the shelter. Edison Human Relations Commission, that was last Wednesday, June 5th. And the big news out of that is sadly Maria Wise, who's the chair, is stepping down because she and her family are moving out of Edison. And so are going to have to elect a new chair. Old business old business, creating and reviewing the logo to be used on social media, stationery, banner, et cetera. Applicants are being reviewed. They're looking to have 11 members total, which will need an ordinance. New business bank account, it's been created, and now they can fundraise. The question is, and I don't know, Laura, if you know this, who will get the deposits for any monies raised for human relations? Do you have do you know that?
Answer, question for Ken, but and usually deposits come through our finance department, but since it's a committee, I'm not sure how they're gonna.
Oh, it's a commission. I don't know.
How they're gonna handle, but mostly everything always comes through our finance department. But I will find out how they plan on handling it.
Okay, is Ken, he's still here, or?
Yeah, he just
Okay,
stepped away.
he just stepped out? Okay. Well, let's see if we can get back to that. Getting the email address for correspondence, creating and approving a list of events they should attend that include Juneteenth, and also wanting to know that for the Human Relations Commission, if there are vendors, who, let's see, who would the vendors, would they pay the Human Relations Commission, or do they pay just the township in general? But they're looking at events to attend, and so we're going to get the list of various events coming up that include the Jazz Fest in September. They need to vote for a treasurer. Let's see, they also want to work with women's shelters, and I think that's a great idea. The next meeting of the Human Relations Commission will be on July 2nd, and those are my reports. Tomorrow are both the Cultural Arts Commission, that's at 5:45 p.m., and then the Library Board is at 7 p.m. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilman Patel?
None at this time.
Thank you. Councilman Pointer?
None at this time.
Councilman Shmuel?
Yeah, Council President. On May 23rd, the Public Safety Committee, comprised of Council President Nish Patel, Councilman Joe Coyle, and myself, met with Edison Police Chief Tom Bryant, Edison Police Deputy Chief Robert Dudash, and Edison Fire Chief Andy Toth. We were briefed with town safety reports, and we were also briefed on the substation on Oak Tree Road that at the time was needed some repairs, but as of May 28th, it's up and running. We're also briefed on the additional substation that has recently opened in Menlo Park Mall. This substation enables improved public accessibility and community involvement, not exclusively to the mall, but the surrounding neighborhoods as well. Furthermore, it offers heightened police presence and visibility in the area, quicker reaction times, and shorter travel times for officers, which will cut travel times by as much as 60 minutes for booking and transporting offenders. As we all know, when it comes to policing, time is always of the essence. We also discussed recent crime statistic and trends. We learned that our police department works in conjunction with various departments throughout the state of New Jersey to catch criminals and to unravel the plots, bad actors, and prevent future crimes. We also learned that nationally, and this is pretty interesting, the rate for burglary and home invasion and vehicle theft is at a 13% success rate. Edison Police Department is at an astonishing 78% success rate. This is all thanks to the efficient and well-run police department led by Chief Bryan, Deputy Chief Dudash, and the hardworking men and women of the Edison Police Department. Finally, we want to remind the public that most crimes can be discouraged with a few simple fundamentals that we could do as a community. Seems simple, but not everybody does it. I have friends that don't do it. Locking your car doors and your house doors. Keeping lights on at homes when leaving to give the illusion that someone is home. Lighting the exterior of your residence. Setting up alarm systems and turning them on when leaving the house or even at night. And additionally, vehicles should be left in a garage if possible or parked in a well-lit area. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Schmuel. As for me, I have none. Moving on to points of light.
Council President?
Councilman Vice President.
Several to talk about. First of all, the farmers market opened up at Swales Park a couple of Thursdays ago. It's going to run Thursdays from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. And I'm hoping we get some more vendors there. We had one big produce vendor, and then there were some other ones. There was one with these awesome pickles. I got to tell you, they are really good. It's really terrific, and it's about time we got a farmer's market back here. If it goes well there, they're going to look to see if we can get anything on the north side. Several things to talk about with public safety. On May 30th, there was the 200 Club of Middlesex County 50th Annual Awards Ceremony, which was held at the Carteret Performing Arts Center. And several Edison public safety people were recognized and honored for the at Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office, Edison Police Department, Perth Amboy Police Department Meritorious Service Award. Detective Michael Geist was one of the people who was honored. Then for, where are we? Edison Police Department Meritorious Service Awards, Patrolman Joseph Elcumos, Patrolman Philip Smith for the Meritorious Service Award, and then firefighter Tim Aspercolis, and firefighter Hansen. And then the Meritorious Service Award went to Acting Captain Philip McManus. So I might have left out some people in here, and if I did, I apologize, but I want to thank, on behalf of council, thank all of these people and congratulate them. In addition, the torch run was held last Friday, and we had 50 people who were running this year. It was incredible, including our esteemed council member, John Pointer, who aced it. So he sent me a text of what it looked like on his watch. And so they did the 6.2, right? 6.2 months? 6.1. Oh, 6.1, okay. But of course, the big cause that this is honoring is the Special Olympics. So I want to congratulate and thank again our police department for this, the 41st annual torch run. And finally, our Juneteenth celebration was held on this past Saturday. And the big takeaway for me was this incredible woman who joined us, and that's Dr. Opal Lee. Dr. Opal Lee is 97 years old, and don't you dare try to help her get out of a car. Don't you dare try to help her get up the stairs. She will do it all on her own. Thank you very much. This woman, who was born and raised in Texas at the age of 12 in 1939, apparently her family had been living in a mostly white community, and their house was set fire to and burned to the ground. But you can look her up and read further about her in Wikipedia, but she is considered the grandmother of the movement to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. And so she's just amazing, and it was such an honor to have her there. So those are my points of light. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other council members? Councilman Brescher?
Yes. I think when we talked about the farmer's market on the north side, Council Vice President, you should probably speak to people on the Board of Education. On Grove Avenue, they have a farmer's market that is up there for the students. Actually, the last time I was there, they had the special needs students that run the inside of it. It's not open all the time, but maybe there could be some kind of joint with the township. They have the building, it's set up. It's a nice little thing if you ever go by there.
That's great to know. Where on Grove is that? Do you know?
It's right in J.P. Stevens' parking lot on Grove Avenue. It's a little building. There used to be a little White House there, I think, for like 70 years. They tore down the house and they built this little farmer's market.
Do you know what day of the week they?
No, I just
Go
drive
there?
by and when I see cars, I might stop in. But it's open like certain days. That's why I said if you check with the Board of Education.
Definitely follow
or the
up.
Board of Education Liaison Committee or something, they would know about that.
Thank you. That's good to know. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Council President?
Councilman Pointer?
Just to anyone celebrating, Happy Pride Month. It was mentioned about Juneteenth, and just to touch on the torch run, as Council Vice President had mentioned, over 50 participants ran. It was 6.1 miles. The Edison Police Department raised approximately $25,000, and over the past 5 years has raised $100,000, over $100,000 for the Special Olympics. For anyone that may be interested, the Special Olympics of New Jersey aims to provide year-round sports training and athletic competition in a variety of Olympic-type sports for children and adults with intellectual disabilities, giving them continuing opportunities to develop physical fitness, demonstrate courage, experience joy, and participate in the sharing of gifts, skills, and friendship with their families, other Special Olympic athletes, and the community. For more information or how to get involved, please visit www.sonj.org. It was a pleasure to participate in the event. My legs are still hurting, and Route 27 has a lot more elevation than you may realize.
I realized that about Edison with the bike.
On the bike ride. Thank you, Council President.
Okay. As for me, happy Pride Month, happy Father's Day to all the fathers. As well, for just like Council Vice President, I attended the Juneteenth and met Dr. Opal Lee, and she had some inspiring words which kind of stayed with me, which I want to share. She said, "Everyone needs to take their time and learn to change people's mind, and it may not happen instantly, but you have to keep trying. If you can teach someone to hate, you can teach them to love. So let's take that lesson and let's try to change people's mind for the better going forward." And that's it for me on Point of Light. Moving on to number 7 from the Business Administration. A, any questions or comments? Seeing none. Number 8 from Department of Finance, A through D, any questions or comments? Seeing none. And number 9 from the Departments of Planning and Engineering, A through D, any questions or comments?
Council President, it's on D.
Mr. Patel?
Is the same as the Plainfield Avenue and Route 27?
Talmadge, I think.
It's on D.
It's the restaurant on 27.
This one, okay.
No, going this way.
Okay. The hard part.
No, going towards Metuchen.
Yeah, headed towards 287 from, if you make a left out of Municipal Drive. It's the Hot Pot restaurant on the right there, just before, I can't remember the intersection. I think it starts with an S.
Talmadge.
By the White
Yes.
House, where Hot Pot is?
Yeah, it is the Hot Pot.
Oh, okay, because just before the Talmadge Light, okay.
Yeah, it's just before just after the Talmadge Light. Headed from this direction, just after the Talmadge Light, I believe.
Is that
No, Hot
acupuncture
Pot is
thing?
right at the light.
Yeah, it's
It was the diner,
acupuncture
correct?
place
Oh,
is at the
okay.
corner of the lot,
Yeah.
which is a separate lot.
Okay, got it,
Oh,
got
I
it.
Yeah.
It's just for, in fairness and transparency, and this issue has been brought multiple times on this council dais. If you can please put the address, that would help, because this block lot really doesn't help.
The address is there.
Address is there.
2068 Route 27
Yeah,
is
but
the
it's
address.
still like something, it's like Route 27 is forever.
Right there. 2068 Route 27.
We put the business name if that would help, but thank you.
Okay, okay, Councilman Patel. Anyone else on number 9, A through D?
Council President?
Councilman Brescher?
Yes, I'd like a copy, I don't know if it was in our packet, of a list of the exact roads that we're signing off on for this resurfacing program, various streets, contract 3, for the final retainage. I know the last time I asked for it, I got an entire paving list. We have one, because I'd like to drive around and spend the next, day or two. As I drive and traverse around Edison, I can probably hit a half dozen or 2 dozen of them.
It should be, I have it as page 3 on the backup, but if you need, I can
On the
email it to
backup?
you in the morning.
Okay.
All right?
Yes. And then D, this is that diner. And, like, this isn't the diner over there?
No, that's
This
what
is the person
we
they
were discussing.
Okay, this is a restaurant that was closed.
Yeah.
That now is being reopened.
Well, it's been reopened for
Right,
7
and-
months at this point, yeah.
And they had permits that they were taking out when we did the condemnation.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the one that, right, I'm talking about. Because I was unaware that they took out permits at the time when we went and did this through condemnation. And I believe that our legal team, right, should have reviewed that, and you guys should have told us, listen, they've opened up permits to make the place better, to bring it up to par, because I don't get information from our legal team, when it comes to things like this. So the mayor wanted to do something by condemnation, but our legal team either didn't know, didn't do their due diligence, or you were doing it at the bequest of the mayor by not telling us that there were permits taken out here and they were repairing it. And that goes back to that other litigation where we just spent $12 million for a piece of property that's under litigation that we should have known about again. So I'd like our legal team to advise the council of any type of issue whenever we're going to do anything like condemnation or area redevelopment or anything of that nature. And also let us know if there's any type of potential litigation that you would suspect might arise out of this. I believe you give this to the mayor. We don't receive this here on the dais. We don't receive this from you. I believe your firm works for the mayor, not for the council, right? And I've said that over and over. So yeah, very, very disappointed that this even had to come up and this even had to end up here. I think if our legal team would have done their due diligence, we wouldn't be here today to do this because we wouldn't have made the error to begin with. Irregardless of a lawsuit and a settlement, right? I believe the settlement is strictly because we got bad advice. I'll be voting for it.
Yeah, if I could address just one thing, just so that it's clear, this was done through redevelopment council. I know you're addressing that to me and to our firm. The actual redevelopment ordinance
When it comes
was
to
done
me,
by
and
redevelopment
you're my counsel here
Okay.
on the dais,
Yeah.
I expect you to talk to the other counselors or do whatever you have to do legally, right? But you're supposed to give us the best advice, not miss some of these items like they took out permits and they were already working on it to make it a better place. That's where I go with it, and that's where I want to hold you guys accountable, like the Glendale property, where there was notification, and in your answer, you guys said A and B, like we kind of knew, but we didn't really know. You know what I mean? You guys should be informing us here on the dais, because these issues should be settled by council, and I believe we don't get updates from your firm. We've asked for updates, and we haven't, like we had the laws. I'll save this topic for my next topic of discussion for next week.
Council President,
Councilman Quo?
I'll be brief. I respectfully disagree with Councilman Brescher. This was a blighted site for a long time, which is not good for the neighborhood. Call it detrimental, call it what you want. It was abandoned for more than 12 months. we, 12 months ago, took action, and that owner of that property got it together pretty quick. If there's any measurement of a permit or legal fees between it opening or closing, was certainly worth the value of getting that together. And we, on this council, have agreed to so many projects that were abandoned, blighted, sitting, and we've gotten more done than 3 administrations. So respectfully, I disagree.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. And as for me, the tool of condemnation, again, to repeat, is a way to ensure that the developer or the landlord works on getting that site developed. And if they have an incentive to work faster. And if we don't use this, then they don't necessarily have an incentive. They can take out permits, they don't necessarily need to do anything in time frame that we set. So that is the purpose of condemnation, and I think it's a good tool to use. Moving on to number 10, from the Department of Recreation. A, any questions or comments? Number 11, from Chief of Police, A and B, any questions or comments? Number 12, Township Clerk, A through D, any questions or comments?
Council President?
Councilman Pointer.
I'm not opposed to the renewing of the licenses because that's within state law, that's within our ordinances. I just find it hypocritical, given the cannabis ordinance earlier this year, that's an issue, but here we have liquor licenses on Oakland Avenue, Woodbridge Avenue, Talmadge, Oak Post, Parsonage, Route 1, Route 27, National Road, Amboy Avenue, Woodland Avenue, Oak Tree, and that's my comment. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. Any other council? You know, all drugs are drugs. I think as a pharmacist, the one thing I'm speaking as a council member, but as a pharmacist, I have learned that the difference between a drug and a poison is just the dose. And you have to learn to understand that every drug has a positive and a negative. And at this point, liquor or alcohol is very quite pervasive in our culture, and it's quite well accepted. And I'm sure cannabis will get there someday. But unfortunately, this is not the time. It seems from our residents that they're so strongly opposed to it. But I hope someday that they will. Moving on to number 13, from the Council Member of Planning Board, Juan Pointer.
Thank you, Council President. The next planning board meeting is next Monday, June 17th, here at Council Chambers, 7 p.m. And again, the master plan is figured to be presented for vote. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. Moving on to number 14, discussion items, starting on my right, Councilman Brescher.
I guess this is going to be a mute question for the purchasing agent, assistant BA. I'm not sure what I have going on over there, but maybe you can pass this along. I've been looking for an update on the sports leagues, where we are with that. Do you have that? Awesome.
They're doing an analysis, and we should have the report next week on that.
Next week?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Amazon. I did say my piece when the resident was here. You know, at the end of the day, this comes down to, like I keep on saying, this is enforcement, okay? Amazon is a horrible neighbor. I would recommend any town to rethink the purpose that they bring you. They do rent warehouse space. We do receive maybe $1 million. But if it wasn't Amazon that was there, somebody else would be in the warehouse. Somebody that would not be running trucks in and out and banging and making this type of noise. They really are a horrible, horrible company. And our mayor sat up here, and like I said before, once I got on the council, it gave us 4 votes to stop Able Trucking. So we were able to stop Able Trucking, but now he becomes mayor instead of councilman, and his inability to do this is just, it just shows his leadership in our town, which I don't believe our mayor has. So until he decides that he wants to enforce something, I heard council president talking, he was talking about, he made it sound like you were gonna try and build a space shuttle, okay? It's very simple. It's a very short course to learn how to operate the sound machine, and then you have to make sure it's calibrated, which again isn't really a big thing. It's actually a very, very simple thing. Our health department and our police department both should be equipped and trained, and this should be part of their training. Why we don't do it? Again, leadership by our mayor. So until that happens, unfortunately, all the people by Amazon or anyone else that's dealing with noise complaints, there is no enforcement for you here in Edison. Sidewalks. Sidewalks. We'd like to, or I'd like to see an ordinance when new houses are built that we require sidewalks to be built, irregardless of where they are. The cost of the sidewalk, I don't think, is a big cost when you're talking about a new home that's being built for $1.3 million. It creates safety. I know that I disagree with some of my council colleagues when we talk about bicycles, right? I don't want to see my child, or not my child now, my child's 30-something years old, but I don't want to see my grandchildren or anyone's children, driving down Grove Avenue, going down to Inman Avenue, in that bike lane with cars that are doing 45 to 50 miles an hour down. I want them on a sidewalk, plain and simple. So I'd like to see if somehow we can incorporate some kind of ordinance that would require it. I have asked the business administrator, and I've asked our attorney, at what point do we own and what point does the resident own as far as having to take care of certain areas when we talked about curbs and sidewalks? And I was told that the resident owns the curb and the sidewalk and has to maintain that property. And I was talking in particular about curbing down on Kearney Avenue, and if you can take notes and give this to Sonia, because it is my understanding in looking at the deeds, and why a councilman would have to go look at the deed, to be honest with you, is beyond my comprehension. I have found out that the resident, his property line does not start until after the curbs. So the BA and the lawyer, we talked about this. I don't think it was Michael. I think it was someone, I think it might have been David.
I think it was David.
Where he said it was from the curb line. But over there, I actually looked at this woman's deed, and her deed doesn't have the curb. So if she doesn't own the curb, who owns the curb is number one. Number two is, if the township owns it, can we please fix this curb? I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's kind of depressing. It looks like it was just bombed out, maybe in Ukraine or one of these new bombed out areas that we have nowadays. So if the BA can look into this and actually find out about this property, I don't know if that's an engineering thing or who needs to inform her, maybe the attorney. But this question I'm going to bring up again at the next meeting to see if we can get into this down on Kearney. It's down at the cul-de-sac, and I know no one cares about cul-de-sacs, but let's do the budget. On the budget, I was going to read and ask all these questions because I had a feeling that at tonight's meeting that we were only going to be allowed 5 minutes. And like I said from the podium, I did ask the business administrator to set up a meeting. I do know that Council President said that Ken DeRoberts would be available. I don't really need Ken, all right? I can actually do the adding and subtracting. My questions really detail like policy, like I said earlier, about a need to actually have it, why we would need that. And those answers could only come from the mayor or the business administrator. So offering, Ken DeRoberts, I think over the last few years I've graduated where I can do the adding and subtracting and figure that kind of stuff out. That's not really my issue. My issue is like, why would we be hiding money here? Okay, and those are the answers I'm looking for, and that is a administration question. So maybe somebody there can have something set up on a Zoom for me.
The BA has instructed me to let everyone know that anyone wants to meet with her, just to give her a call or an email, and she'll set it up before the 24th.
Okay, well, just so you know, I already did that. The day I got the budget, I called her and said, set me up a date. So here I am now asking publicly. I tried privately, like my council colleague at the other end would always tell me to do, and I did. But unfortunately, that did not happen. I prefer a Zoom meeting at this point because, currently, I'm fishing. So I'll save those questions for there. Sidewalks, what do I got? Oh, safety. So my council colleague at the other end, I would invite him to take a ride with me tonight when we leave council chamber. To go look at the Edison substation on the north side, because the last that I was there, it was locked, it was unmanned, and there was no papers or chairs or anything inside the substation. Again, it's where I say we're actually creating victims, because we're giving the public the illusion, kind of like we have the cars parked around town where I've seen the pictures of a person inside the patrol car. I'd like to make a recommendation to the chief, and I did before, about him moving the cars, and he was actually pretty good at that. He did move them. They didn't move far, but he did move them. But maybe if we stationed a live person in those cars from time to time, we would actually catch people speeding in the town, because as we all drive by and we see the car parked there for 3, 4, 5 days, now all of a sudden nobody slows down. So I think somebody sitting in the cars would be an awesome thing. I think it would reinforce that there are people there at times, just kind of keep people on their toes. And yeah, I'll be going by there tonight just to see if there's any papers or chairs or anything else in there. And I hope Ray doesn't leave too soon to make sure that there's chairs and some blank papers there or something, so it doesn't end up on social media. But I'm sure he's trying right now, texting. I need people to put it there. And finally, I'm going to go to free speech. I believe that this administration, okay, and this body has taken many steps to stifle free speech. We celebrated, or we honored Memorial Day that we just had, okay, and everybody talks about, honoring the people that served. One of the main things that people serve is our right to free speech, our original Constitution, okay? And what we don't do here at this body, what this mayor does not do, what this township does not do, was we don't allow free speech. So when people online disagree with the mayor and his policies, it looks like he has somebody that would file charges and go to court, where the woman is going to court with the judge that is the mayor's friend's daughter. I mean, I don't know how more blatantly corrupt this looks. And this goes back to even our Christo that we have that comes. I understand if I were in law enforcement and he was taking that much of my time, right? I do understand that it could be annoying from a managerial perspective to spend so much time with one resident. But in seeing some of the charges that were brought against him, they're crazy. They never would have worked. Yet we spent law enforcement hours. I can't believe that our prosecutor's office is even looking at something like this. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. While we still have, I think we still have police officers that are out for stealing time. Must be 5, 6, 7 years. I have no clue. But it's like when somebody's critical we look to stifle them, we look to shut them down. We don't like what they have to say. But if people come up and they say something nice, no one has a problem with that. And like I've said before, it is my generation that opened up that Pandora's box. And unfortunate for everybody is that us as elected officials shouldn't be looking at a way to stifle public comment. And I know we did that, and the lawyer put some kind of, I'm going to call it gibberish, to be quite honest with you, about decorum. If you read the court case and they talk about a guy wearing a mask, and he said the word hell, okay, and he was being removed, that has no bearing on this body whatsoever as far as decorum. I mean, that is such a stretch. I would challenge any legal person to say that that's the reason why you can shut someone up, or not have them arrested, but you could have them removed, which is even more bizarre. So with the comment of having them removed without having them arrested, that just tells you the level of non-transparency that we have here in this town, okay? And like I said, with the police officers, where they had the people on the bus and they were stopping them, this all starts at the top, right? This all starts with the mayor. You know, when the mayor starts his propaganda or rhetoric, he elicits hate, okay? And this country here has so much hate, we don't need it any longer. We need people that are looking to kind of unite people and looking to, we should look the other way on a lot of things, but we don't do that nowadays. This is just all about, we can go after somebody politically, we can hurt people politically if they don't fall in line, which goes against transparency and the Constitution. So, you know, unfortunately, you know, until this stuff gets resolved, until our resident gets his court cases resolved, you know, I'm going to continue fighting for free speech. I think it's an important thing. I know my relatives served. You know, most of us up here probably have relatives that served. My uncle served, landed in Omaha Beach. I mean, Utah Beach, another state. But they did it, and they did it for this free speech. They did it for our Constitution. So I'd like everybody up here to just maybe take a step back on that and allow the public to say what they have to say. Most of them don't really have ill intent when they come here. So that would be it, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Just real quick question to the council. Do we have any questions for the departments? If not, I should let them go. Anybody have any questions for the departments in the discussion?
I had the one question about the Ferrante House, but I spoke with Ray, and so I can relay it.
Okay, all right, perfect. So then if you guys want to head out, you can. I don't want to keep you.
Councilman, I have something for Ray, but you know, we can chat. No worries, thank you.
All right, moving on to Councilman Coyle.
I'm going to yield my comments for the next meeting, but I do want to just say how great of a job the Edison Water and Sewer Department does. They don't get enough praise, and we're very fortunate of what they've accomplished over the last, few years. And not only that, they've trained young adults and middle-aged adults to become professionals in this trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Council Vice President.
Yes, so the two of my questions actually had been answered. I had asked about having a Juneteenth flag raising, and it's high time that we do that. The federal holiday was approved about 3 years ago, and we have all these other flag raisings. That's great, but this one is a federal holiday. So I was told by Bob Deal today that that has been approved. Now, I don't know if that's going to be for this year, this June 19th, or if this is going to be starting in 2025, but there will be a Juneteenth flag raising. Ferrante House, I spoke to Ray Porio about this to get an update, and it sounds like what he said is that they will be able to, once, I think they're completing a project within the next week or two, they're going to get back to Ferrante House. The problem that they're still having is septic issues. And so no promises on when that's going to be repaired, when the Ferrante House is going to be ready for the the Edison Cultural Arts Commission to be able to plan some events there, but it sounds like at least they're close to being on their way to being able to do all the repairs that are needed. All right, on the issue that, this is to piggyback on what Councilman Brescher was saying about decorum. And in this case, what happened at the last meeting with Christo, or Anonymous, or whatever name we want to give him, he came with a mask of Joker. Now, was the mask grotesque? Yes. Is it provocative? Yes. But one of my favorite sayings is, you don't have to attend every argument you're invited to. And I think that when we submit to this sort of shock value behavior in a way that there was nothing really threatening about this. We all knew who it was. I think he is entitled to do that. And as he has said, and I think it's a good point, if a woman came up to the podium wearing a hijab or a full burqa, are we going to ask her to remove that so she can be seen? If a man or woman came up with a completely tattooed face so that you really couldn't distinguish their characteristics, would we not allow them to speak? So I'm really one who believes in the First Amendment. I am consistent on this. Back in 1979, I was 24 years old, lived in Highland Park, Illinois, and was close to the town of Skokie, Illinois. Skokie at the time was a very primarily Jewish town. The neo-Nazis planned a march there in 1979. And as much as abhorrent as I felt that what the American Nazi, what the neo-Nazis stood for, and the fact that we were only at that point 24 years removed from the Nazi regime in Europe, I still was one that, as much as I hated what they stood for, I believed that they had the right to march. And so I'd like us to really consider, I think we are making mountains out of molehills when we mix it up with Christo/Anonymous. We make mountains out of molehills with that. And I think that we just let him come up with that Joker mask, let him speak. Let him speak, let him have his piece say his piece for the 6 minutes. I don't think this would be an issue, but instead, we gin this whole thing up unnecessarily, and I would like us as a council body to respond better, to behave better with this. And so I don't want to have to address the decorum issue anymore. I'm tired of it, but it keeps coming up. And I feel like we are not doing our due diligence to handle this better. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilman Patel.
Thank you, Council President. I have several, but few of them I already covered. The one now, based on who we have here, I will ask the question is, status of lot sale bidding. If you all remember, we were supposed to go out for bidding 2 lots. They were not adjacent. Cheryl, do we know? And I did request that if I can get the bidding document just for the full fair transparency, who it was sent would have been helpful. So this will be, Cheryl, did this happen or did it never happen?
On what, I'm sorry?
There are 25 by 100 2 lots in North Edison. They were supposed to go out
You mean
for.
the Clinton?
Yes.
Oh, well, we passed the ordinance to sell them.
Correct.
And then we had a resolution that we accepted the bid, so now it's just to do the agreement, the sale agreement, I believe. That's where the status is now.
Yeah.
Right? Am I correct, Mr. Burns?
Yeah. You said that they had reached out
We did
repeatedly to the
before.
township and you directed them to our office, right? And they have not reached out to our office. Did they leave We'll talk about this after, but they haven't reached out to our office to complete it.
No, I get that. We never followed the process, but
Just didn't do I guess the agreement.
I never received the information about, to how many people the bid went, how many people bidded, any of that information.
The one neighbor was the only bidder,
Only the one?
only the one bidder.
Okay,
There was
do
only
I
one
have
bidder.
the proofs that how many people we send that information in that
I
neighborhood?
have the oh, yeah, if that's what you want, with the certified
Yes,
letters that we
yeah,
sent.
that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
I'll get that to you.
The next one is really for engineering, the bright lights. If you look at the new houses in North Edison, they have lots of light on the periphery of the house, and they are lit literally till midnight, 1 a.m. in the morning, and that is causing the problem. But I'll send this email to engineering and see, if it can be addressed. The question that I can ask was the fair tax treatment and transparency with HOA services. Again, this question goes back to, hopefully now you can address that. We spoke about this, I did ask about the HOA list, I did ask about the reimbursement, and I was told that the formula will be revised.
Well, for the administration is reviewing the agreements with the HOA, and then they'll report.
Okay, do we know the ETA, because review is happening for many?
No, but I will ask.
Okay, thank you. Budget presentation, I was not going to ask the question now, but I'm very disappointed. Tonight's what happened, and I'm also disappointed with my council colleague who's trying to shadow, all those things. Again, I will have more questions when it comes to that option. Let's move on to the residents' complaint, because our BA is not here, so I won't be able to ask those questions on this particular topic. I wanted to thank you, DPW, for Kilmer Ground and Dudash. They did a wonderful job, even though I always say that, we have a great DPW. Better to be late than never. They did a good job. I'm looking for, if you can take this takeaway, this is a little urgent, the Waterford. If you know that there was a fire, I believe it was late last year, many families were displaced. They are waiting for engineering department approval. And this is probably more than 6 months. The resident reached out to me asking why township is taking time. If there is anything on that particular topic, if you can, yes, absolutely. And rest I will take care, with the individual department. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Councilman Pointer.
Thank you, Council President. In regards to the illuminator, I just wanted to say I'm happy to see the frequency of emails that have been going out recently. I do have a request to the administration. Right now, it is not at least easily accessible, a link to get to the landing page to sign up for the newsletter. So if, my request is after the master plan is voted on, right now we have a link that is on the website, right on the main page. If we can just swap that out with that link to the newsletter, I'd appreciate that. Speaking of the master plan, while that is still to be adopted, when it does, just for council's consideration, for us to set up a committee of sorts so that we can make sure or game plan what the next action steps are in terms of actually implementing the master plan. For ordinances for consideration, I'll hold off on that until the next meeting. Same thing with initiatives. There are a couple of additional items I'd like for us to look into, but I'll come with a bit more information and examples. Since the business administrator is not here, I'll hold off on the project status update and the committee and board appointments. And we were reached out in regards to our thoughts on redevelopment, utilizing the redevelopment agency within the township, and just what our general thoughts are. This is something that I'm not exactly sure I'm fully on board with as of yet, because I'm not familiar with all of the processes in regards to a committee being the overseeing authority on a redevelopment project, there were some certain items in regards to a director having to be part of the redevelopment agency and their qualifications. There are also items in regards to the actual appointment of the agency that I'm not sure our ordinance is in line with state guidelines. So I would like for us to look into that a little bit more going forward. That would be it, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. Councilman Shmuel?
Council President, I'll push off my discussion items to next meeting when the BA is here.
Okay, sounds good. As for me, there are some updates. For JCP&L, legal team is still reviewing, but legal has updated me on what we can do and what we are working on.
Yeah, JCP&L still has it with their legal department, but what we've done, I've reached out to the mayor's chief of staff. We're working with engineering to get a design plan completed so that we can get that over. They can review that independent of their legal team so that we'll be ready to go. So that's in the works now.
So hopefully, once the legal team comes back, we can make a fast moment. Papiani Park Bike Path, which was started under Mayor June Choi, is with the engineering, and they're starting the process. I think Councilman Pointer covered the redevelopment agency pretty well. And then for the economic developer, the BA informed me that they did interviews. They did not find a qualified candidate and will be redoing the posting and the job title, potentially to someone who is a planner. And I think that will be the hope on my end. Now, in terms of the decorum and the free speech and the addressing of the council and council addressing the residents, there is a lot of issues here. So first, tackling the mask, which I feel the most simplest in this. The simple rule is that I am responsible for decorum, and I felt that just as if someone were to come here without any clothes and try to make a statement, we would say, hey, you know, put on some clothes and make the statement, it's fine. You are allowed to make your time, you have your time. But if you do not, then, you know, you'll have to forfeit it. It is my purview that decency was, since this is a public meeting, I felt that you should show your public face. And if he removed his mask and he was allowed to make his statement, he would have had his 6 minutes. He ignored my directions, and because of that, his time was forfeited, and that was the mask situation. Now, moving on to addressing the council. General policy is, you know, state your name, address, and you're recognized. You address the president, and any questions you have, I will try my best to get an answer. And I think my council members have been really great in answering and dropping nuggets of knowledge wherever I lack. In terms of me controlling the council, unfortunately, I do not have any control over the council members. They are elected officials, and they have the right to say what they want to say. If they do not follow the decorum, I believe I'm not allowed to kick them out either, because they are an elected official. I think they are chosen by the people to be here to represent them, and I think it will be unfair for me to kick a representative out of a public session. So that's why we usually take a break whenever there's something that goes a little awry, to calm things down and continue with the meeting. The residents addressing the council members. I say you're allowed to, you know, say your piece. Ideally, I would love it if you can say your piece without necessarily causing frictions on any end, both from the council to the residents or the residents to the council. And I, again, will be the judgment where I feel where I should draw the line. Again, this is a lot of a judgment call. It's not something hard set in stone, because if I were to set it hard in stone, the anonymous will come and try to figure out where that line is drawn and where he can push it. So unfortunately, I don't have necessarily a defining rule as to where I will draw the line. I will take it issue by issue and judgment by judgment, and I hope I make the right calls. There is a possibility that I make a wrong judgment call. The council does have the authority to override my rules. So in the case of maybe the mask situation, where the council member felt that I overstepped my bound, they are allowed to say, hey, no, I do want him to speak. And I will take the vote, and if the council agrees that that is the right approach, hey, I am not the council. I am just one of the council. So I am just making judgment calls, and I hope I make the right ones. And sometimes I am human. I am bound to err. And if I do, I'm sorry, but I hope I make the right calls. That's all I really have to say about this whole free speech. But the main guiding principle I want to go with this is I want to listen to everybody, and I want everyone to be heard. And if we can get that done, I'll be happy with that, just with some decency. Thank you. And I know there is a closing session of COA, but I am hoping that the council agrees to move it to the next meeting because it is quite late and I am tired.
Councilperson, I just need 30 minutes, 30 seconds. I have a question for you, not 30 minutes.
No, you are not given 30 minutes. You have 30 seconds, and I'm counting.
Papiani Park improvement, I saw some $1.2 million something. Is the state aid or some?
I think that might be something else. I don't think it's related to what I'm trying to do.
Just wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, actually, do we have to move the closed session?
Yeah, you have to do the motion to include because you're changing, you're amending the agenda.
Okay, so can I get a motion to amend the agenda and move the COA procedure and update to the next work session meeting?
Motion to do all that.
Seconded. I have a motion by Council Vice President, seconded by Councilman Patel. All in favor? Aye. Aye. And motion to adjourn, please.
Motion to adjourn?
May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Patel, second by Councilman Pointer. All in favor?
Aye.
This meeting is adjourned at 9:23 p.m.
Context of that.